Good evening, Placerville. Welcome to the City Council meeting. And it is 5:03. I'm going to call this meeting to order. Please rise and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you all for being here tonight. This is a really important meeting, the passing of the torch, welcoming new council members, saying goodbye to current members stepping down, and we really appreciate you all being with us for it. It's my pleasure to present the state of the city tonight. You know, in these past 4 years and this past year, there's just been so much. I could talk about it for a really long time, but I've tried to whittle it down to about 15 minutes. But it's hard to know where to start. It's been a really wild ride these past 4 years. My first year started out as normal. Mark Acuna was mayor, and that year we had just gone through our first PG&E PSPSs. And I remember thinking at the time that that was going to be the most important thing that we dealt with on this term. I was wrong about that. Michael Saragosa became mayor in 2020, and all hell broke loose.
Sorry.
Under then Mayor Saragosa, we saw the beginning of the largest public health emergency any of us have ever lived through. We braced for an economic disaster, thinking we were going to fall off an economic cliff. Cutting our workforce, deferring maintenance, and much-needed equipment purchases for the city. We had to learn how to hold public meetings over Zoom. That hadn't been done before. Zoom didn't even know how to run public meetings over Zoom. We saw protests in the street, and people from near and far, and both sides of the political spectrum, were up in arms about a minor change we were considering making to our logo. As if with everything going on, that was the most important thing on our plate. Unrest and uncertainty continued well into 2021 under then Mayor Thomas. A small but loud group of folks tried to recall the whole city council over tyranny. Oh, except for Jackie. She was too new. for tyranny.
Yes.
That was fun. But the Placerville voters shut that down. We did start to see light at the end of the tunnel that year, returning to in-person meetings, which are 100% better than Zoom meetings, and learning of the windfall of pandemic relief funds that were coming to the city. And so after those tumultuous years, when I became mayor, I had honestly pretty low expectations for my year and only 2 modest goals: to keep Placerville out of the regional and national news for anything controversial, and to wisely put to use the pandemic relief funds, or ARPA funds, in a way that would bring the most noticeable benefit to residents. I think we did a pretty good job on these 2 fronts, and we accomplished so much more. This year, we have fully turned the corner. This year, we have experienced the largest budget surplus since at least 2007. Sales tax revenues have continued to exceed our expectations. Our businesses are strong and resilient. It's been quite a while since our last protest. Knock on wood. Community events have returned. We have filled many of the positions left empty by the pandemic and created and funded new positions to meet current and future needs, though we are still working with a very lean staff. It has been a relatively calm, stable, and prosperous year. And though I would love to credit this to my own leadership, I am acutely aware that it was simply my good fortune to be mayor in 2022 and not in 2020 or 2021. And that I owe that good fortune to the mayors that came before me and expertly guided the city through really difficult times to set me up solid for this year. Thank you guys, appreciate that. And to our city staff who do the real work of keeping the city going. I am proud to say that the state of our city is stronger than it has been in many years. And I want to take a moment to highlight some specific accomplishments that we made this year. We completed the Trip to Green pilot project. And finally, after many years, decades of traffic being an issue for Placerville residents, and more recently with traffic and seasonal tourism, traffic aligning with fire season, becoming a public safety hazard for the city, we have finally taken steps to find solutions for our residents and improve quality of life and public safety and evacuation preparedness. This was a project that was years in the making. It was supposed to happen in 2020, but was postponed because of the pandemic. Then it was supposed to happen in 2021, but was postponed because of the Caldor fire. It was a big team that worked on this project, Caltrans, our city staff, and EDCTC. And I'm really proud of the work that was done and grateful that we are on our way to finding solutions that we can implement in the short term and that will last for the long term. We received a game-changing $15 million grant for Placerville Drive. This is going to be for a project that will widen that super hazardous bridge and add sidewalks and bike lanes, transforming that business corridor. And we have a full capital improvement pipeline with projects that are near and dear to my heart, including Middletown Road and Canal Street, so that all of the kids that attend high school and middle school and preschool will be able to walk to school on sidewalks. We took our first steps to building a new public safety building by completing a feasibility and needs assessment study. This will be a huge investment in public safety in Placerville, and it will replace our dilapidated police station and our dilapidated fire station and put them both under one roof. It may be years in the making. It may take a while to see to the finish, but the first steps were taken this year with a commitment to continue planning. In response to rising crime and under Chief Friend's leadership, we created a proactive crime reduction team. This team has abated every single sizable homeless encampment on private property within the city since just August when it was formed. They are proactively seeking out criminals with warrants and parole violations and making it clear that the city of Placerville is not where they want to be. After years of being a squeaky wheel and urging the county to take action to address the countywide homelessness crisis that disproportionately impacts the city of Placerville, there was a major breakthrough. By January, there will be a navigation center and shelter beds available, and this will finally allow our police officers to enforce our no camping ordinance that this council passed in 2019. And I want to thank the advocacy for the city of Placerville and all of District 3, our supervisor, Wendy Thomas, who's in the audience today, for her leadership on this topic. The Broadway homeless encampment is half the size that it was at the start of this year, and residents can expect it to be completely resolved in the coming months. I want to recognize the Board of Supervisors for showing real leadership this year when it comes to tackling homelessness, and for Placerville PD for their continued efforts to keep our community, following our laws and safe for everyone. This year, we got serious about fire safety, employing a herd of goats to graze down over 40 acres of city-owned property, and working with contractors as well as city staff to limb up, masticate, and mow. We have stepped up our enforcement and education of the vegetation management ordinance that this council adopted in 2019, and we purchased a masticator and mower for ongoing fuel reduction. This will be something that this council needs to prioritize and budget for in coming years. This is a new service that the city never, prior to my term on the council, we never thought about vegetation management. So it's a new service that we need to continue to fund and make sure we've got the equipment for. With help from the Growlersburg crew, we cleaned up Hangtown Creek downtown, and there's more work planned for downstream. We have worked to encourage both economic development and affordable housing so that our businesses can find employees that are able to live and work here, and so that our current residents, our recent grads, young families, teachers, artists, and employees to our businesses can continue to call Placerville home. Our building department staff have been working hard this year laying groundwork for several exciting projects that are expected to break ground next year. The Mackinac Hotel, the redevelopment of the Carriage Trade Center where Grocery Outlet is, which will include a new Harbor Freight, and 3 affordable housing apartments. We use pandemic recovery funds to market Placerville and drive dollars and visitors to our business to help them recover from the pandemic. We move forward with establishing a fiber optic utility to bring low-cost and extremely high-speed internet to the city, businesses, and residents. We refinanced our wastewater bond, which will save ratepayers over $5 million over the next 12 years, and gave $250,000 in direct relief to water and sewer customers. We budgeted to proactively get ahead of funding for retirement benefits, and we improved communication between the city and its residents by hiring Bold Communications to handle our social media messaging. We've gotten a lot done for the city of Placerville, and I'm confident that the new council will continue these efforts while facing their own set of challenges. Though no one can match Patty Borelli's vast experience on the city council, John Clarici, you have spent many decades as an active member in this community and bring extensive knowledge and experience of local government and our partners, organizations, to this council. You will help maintain organizational memory for the city as key staff members embark on well-deserved retirements in the coming years. Not this year, I hope. Nicole Gottberg, you are already well-versed in Placerville zoning and master plan and have demonstrated attention to detail, deep understanding, and moderate and common sense stances that most resemble my own. And so I'm very thrilled that you're going to be on the dais. You will also be a voice for a younger generation, which I believe is really important to have on the council. Before I was a council member, I was an outsider to local government, and like many people looking in from the outside, I noticed all these problems, and it seemed like no one was working on them. Then I became a council member, and I realized that local government is incredibly transparent and is full of competent, honest, dedicated people who love this community and are working hard to solve these issues. I am sure that our newest outsider, David Yarbrough, will have the same experience and will be able to communicate this to a new set of residents that we have been unable to reach in recent years, helping us to establish and maintain trust between citizens and their government. This is a really important job, David. Jackie No, with your personal orientation towards fairness and service and your diligence, and Michael, with your policy expertise, you two make a great team and have contributed so much to this council, and I am grateful you have at least 2 more years. This new council will face new challenges in the coming years. We are expecting a reduction in sales tax revenue as the economy kind of cools off, and it's been very difficult to recruit and fill positions since the pandemic. And the biggest challenge may be bringing this community back together after these past pandemic years. For 2 years, we all unknowingly and unwittingly took part in this worldwide social experiment. And now we know what happens. When you sort people into small, isolated social bubbles and force them to spend way too much time online. And it hasn't been pretty. Politics have gotten uglier. There is more discord and distrust between the public and public servants, especially if you look at online comments, which I highly suggest that you don't. It's harder to reach people. And it will be the task of this next council and for leaders at all levels of government and society to change the tone and turn the page on this era of angst and anger. I wish this new council the best of luck as you begin and play a main role in the post-pandemic chapter of Placerville's story. Before I finish, I want to take a moment to thank the residents of Placerville for this opportunity to serve as your council member, and to my colleagues for this opportunity to serve as mayor. It has been one of the most rewarding and illuminating experiences of my life. And to our amazing staff, I have appreciated your patience and graciousness, bringing me up to speed on all the issues facing the city. And to my husband, Zach, and my parents, I could not have served in this capacity without your support and helping watch the kiddos on all these Tuesday nights and beyond. And to my girls, May and Ayla, you are my reason for serving. I knew I was going to lose it there. Thank you all. It has truly been an honor and a privilege. And lastly, just a little bit of housekeeping. For those of you that regularly read agendas, you may have noticed that there's some kind of funny things going on with this one. For instance, I am former mayor. The mayor sign is missing here. And the reason is that since the last meeting, me and my family have moved just barely to the other side of city limits. And so I had to step down from my official role at that time. I really appreciate the chance to come and say my closing words and to take part in these ceremonial matters, and just to quell any rumors of impropriety or anything. I will not be voting on anything tonight, and Regina will not call me with roll call. And so with that, I'm going to pass the gavel to Michael Saragosa, Vice Mayor, who will lead the meeting for the rest of the night. One more time. Thank you all.
All right. I have to follow that. That's impossible. No, thank you, Kara. And well, for the time being, you will be Mayor Emeritus up here. So how does that sound? I think that works. So with that, though, we'll go ahead and officially call this meeting to order with roll call. So Ms. O'Connell, if we'll have roll call, please.
Councilmember Borelli? Here. Councilmember No?
Here.
Councilmember Thomas?
Here.
Vice Mayor Saragosa?
Here.
Thank you.
Okay, let's go ahead and move on to the ceremonial items tonight. That's what I think we're all here for, amongst other things, but we're going to do our recognition of our outgoing city council members. And we're going to start with our Mayor Emeritus, Kara Taylor. Kara, I just, it's been an honor to serve as your vice mayor this past year. Working with you on a lot of different issues, from broadband to ARPA funding, and really trying to hone in on what's best for the city. So I've really admired your leadership in stepping up into this position. And like I said, it's been a real honor. You've brought a different perspective to the city council, both as a former business owner here on Main Street, as well as someone with a young family. Really establishing yourself in the city and in this area. It was a voice that really hadn't been on this council before. I don't have children, and just a younger family here. So it was a valuable voice, and we are looking forward to Nicole, a younger voice on this council to continue that. I want to thank you for digging deep into the issues, for asking the right questions, and for trying to forge common grounds. A lot of times it's not easy to forge a common ground on difficult issues, especially when people are kind of into their various corners. And you always did a very good job, whether you were mayor or a council member, to try to, come to a common ground, common sense, and I will miss that. I want to thank for all of you. I mean, for Patty, Dennis, and for you, Kara. You're not just colleagues, but you're friends. And while we didn't always agree on every issue, I know that for all of you, it all started from a place of love and what you thought was best for the city of Placerville. So I will miss you deeply, and I know you will continue to be active. Even if you're just a stone's throw over the line here, there is a thing called annexation, and that's something that future councils may be looking at. And I know we've discussed that before, so you may be back in the city limits at some point. You never know. But again, just want to thank you for your service, and I do have a. Sorry, I gotta go through my bag of. Wrong one. I do have a plaque here for Kara Taylor, Mayor Emeritus, Mayor for 2022, and Council Member from 2018 to 2022. Again, thank you for all your service to the residents of City Council on behalf of the city and from the staff and for your colleagues. Thank you.
Thank you. Does this come off?
It does.
Because I was going to miss that.
And then I'll colleagues, if anyone else would like to make comments.
Covered a lot of ground there. Kara, you're the person I've known the least amount of time, and it was really a pleasure to get to know you and work on projects both in the city and out the city. I think that's what I love about Placerville so much is that we're a smaller community, and you really get to know people and appreciate them more the more you know. So thanks for all your service. Have appreciated it.
Thank you, Jackie.
You were my vice mayor, and it was a real treat going through that process with you. It was because the relationship between mayor and vice mayor is a special one. You spend a lot of time talking about those issues. Because we're both working through the agenda and having discussions, I had a great opportunity to spend that time with you, and it was valuable. I really had a much greater appreciation for you. You came into it really kind of an unknown figure, and with that said, you really rose to the occasion. You kind of outsmarted me on a lot of things. And let me explain that. So there were several times where she would come to the meeting, and she would be asking questions. I'd be, dang, that's a good question. And I didn't see that, and I didn't read it, I didn't know about it. And she would come up with, you did your homework, and you earned that position, and you represented our city so well, and how you took it so seriously. And I really, now I'm getting choked up. I really appreciate your dedication and care for this community, and it was I just really, I can't, I'm going to stop there because I would keep saying the same thing over and over again because that's how impressed I was with how you showed up at this council. So thank you for that.
Dennis.
You bet.
Well, ditto. Kara, it's just been really wonderful having you as a council mate. We've shared a lot of good conversations, and I'm going to say, this is kind of personal, but I just want to say what Kara left out is that during her term here, she also had a baby. And I think that was a feat all in its own.
Well, and she didn't miss a meeting.
She didn't miss a meeting.
No.
And that probably, perhaps thanks to Zoom, that was in your favor.
That was, yeah.
But your little girl who is now running around and everything, I remember, she made her debut on Zoom. So, but I just want to thank you. And I agree that over the line isn't very far, and I look for you to stay active in a lot of things around here. So
Thank you, Pat.
anyway, thank you so much.
Thank you, Patty.
And we'll go ahead and open up public comments for anyone who wishes to make a comment.
Hello. Good evening, Mayor, former Mayor, and Council. Joe Wren, your Police Chief. A tradition in the police service when a member honorably serves their commitment and leaves the organization, we present them with a flag that we fly over the police department. We'd like to do that for you tonight. And this certificate says, in recognition of 4 years of dedicated service as a council member, we present you the flag of this nation, which flew over the Placerville Police Department in your honor. We wish you health and happiness in your future endeavors. Placerville Police Department.
Thank you.
Really nice.
Ruth Michelson. Kara Taylor, Mayor Taylor, ex-Mayor Taylor, I was just so impressed by your year of being a mayor, and I think you went so many times above and beyond. There was some difficult times. We had the Uvalde problem and others that I don't recall exactly. It's kind of a blur. These last couple of years are a blur. But that you showed such true leadership, that you really stuck your neck out and went above and beyond. And I was just so impressed and so proud to have you as mayor. I'm not a citizen. I do have a business here. But, you know, Placerville being the county seat, I think really does represent the whole county in the leadership that you show here as part of the county seat. And the fact that you had a baby, you know, come on, and didn't miss a meeting, that's really, really phenomenal. And as a testament to your strength of character and your tenacity. And the last thing I want to say is that I have watched you over these last 4 years. You were and I am your elder, so I think I can say that watching you grow and develop and really have a voice, a very strong voice, was just wonderful to watch.
Thank you, Ruth.
Peg Vanderkar, Placerville resident. What I appreciated from the first time that I met you, Kara, was the fact that you were willing to meet as a city council person. It was, I think, a couple of years ago when we were all struggling with how to help homeless in the midst of the pandemic and where they could park. And there weren't any solutions there, but you were willing to engage in the dialogue. And the fact that you were new on the council, you'd been a merchant. I'd been to your restaurant. It was nice. And the fact that you came from Missoula, that was an extra thing. But the watching the city develop under your leadership and the leadership of all of your cohorts has been both amazing and heartwarming and maybe a hard act to follow, but you've got some good people following you too. So thank you.
Thank you, Peg. Oh, no.
Good evening, Placerville City Council. Wendy Thomas, District 3 Supervisor. So from one former mayor to another, just want to recognize you, Kara, for your great skills. I don't know if I have ever seen anyone come into this seat and fill the role so competently as you have done, as the former speakers mentioned. You've done an amazing job articulating the needs of our community and working through really difficult issues through probably one of the most contentious times that we have gone through in modern history. And you've done that with an amazing sense of grace. And I've always admired your ability to speak truth in an eloquent and gracious way, as your State of the City address demonstrated this evening. And you've done that through letters to the editor, through social media. When our community was really wrestling with things, you brought an elevated perspective to that conversation, and that is true leadership. So, Kara, you have done an incredible job, and I admire you. And I look forward to what this next chapter brings for you and your precious family, because I know it's taken a lot of your time away from them, and I'm sure they're anxious to have you back. But I also know that great things are in store for you because you have magnificent gifts, and the city of Placerville has been blessed by them. So thank you so much for your service.
Thank you, Wendy.
Leo Bennett Cochon. I've lived up and down the state. It's such a pleasure to thank you for your service, Mayor, and to acknowledge that you can't be a great mayor without the great team that's up there in front of you. So all of you can take credit. I'm challenged in many ways, and one is getting names straight. So somebody helped me not to call you Cara by saying, Leo, think, care. And Kara, you care because you're an awesome mom, and moms build the future. And you're an awesome chef, and chefs feed the soul. And you're an awesome woman, and women hold up, all the sky. And I'd like to end, since we made a joke at a meeting, that your city manager can draw strength from the Star Wars saga. And I'd like to thank you for leading the resistance so that Placerville is not a normal. It is a shining star city. Thank you.
Thank you, Leo.
Hi, I'm John. I think I've said Kara's name 4 times in the same conversation, 4 different ways, and I'm sorry. Kara beat me. Even 4 years later, it's still kind of hard to deal with. But I want to say this in all seriousness. Now, that's just me being me. In all seriousness, the minute after they officially kicked me off the island, I went and chatted with her at her restaurant. She made a nice little charcuterie tray. It was very nice. And we chatted for quite some time. And when I left that, I thought to myself, this lady knows what she's doing, and she's going to do a good job. And you demonstrated that. You knew what you were doing, you learned a lot, and you did a great job. And probably better than I would have. So I think the city actually got the better end of the swap. And now, of course, that doesn't really set me up very well for what's going to happen later, but I really believe that. I think you did a wonderful job. It was impressive, and everyone should be thankful that you got to do this for the last 4 years. And it's too bad you moved out. Anyway, good job.
Thank you, John.
Kirk Smith, I've avoided saying this very often, but I recall 4 years ago urging you to run and relentlessly badgering you at farm table. And on that very day when the petitions were due, working to get those last petitions in, as your mother can attest. And it was so exciting to see once you made that decision and once you jumped in, you were a real student who attended the city council meetings, you caught up to date. And of all the things that have ever been done by this body, I can tell you that the homeless issue was one of the most contentious, and your skills really guided it through. So it's amazing, and it's wonderful to see that materialize. And I mention it purely for ego as well, to show that every once in a while, not often, but every once in a while, I make a good choice.
Thank you, Kirk.
Sue Rodman, resident of Placerville. And I just want to thank you for the great job that you have done as our mayor. I think you have really helped this city, and I'm grateful. And it makes me proud to live here. Thank you.
Thank you, Sue. All right.
All right. Okay, thank you, Placerville, for the comments. And we're going to go ahead and go to our second recognition, and that is for Councilmember Dennis Thomas. Dennis, it's been an honor to work with you these past 4 years. I will miss your optimism, even on things that looked I won't say hopeless, but were dark. You always had a way to put it in a good light, and I've always liked your ability to take very difficult issues and make them relevant to the public. You have a real skill in doing that, and I was always grateful for you to be able to reset a conversation. And the casual observer might not see that, but I really appreciate that from the dais, because it's a skill and its ability for issues that are sometimes even complex for us, but to be able to relate that back to the public as well. I'll miss your humor here at the meetings. You and I have had some fun up here on the dais, and I will miss that. I will miss your leadership. You were always willing to step up and help, assist, and volunteer, whether it was putting up flags early in the morning or letting us your tractor so that we can do community cleanups, and letting Brenda even drive it, which was dangerous, but you did let her do that. So I appreciate that, because not a lot of people talk, but you actually walk that walk. So I greatly appreciate that. We all respect the will of the voters, and I'll be charitable to say it was incredibly disappointing to see the political hit pieces against you. I'm always good about discussing the issues and the things that are relevant, but it was sad to see you tarred by falsehoods and innuendo. I want to thank you for being a thoughtful colleague again, and for being a model of how to run a successful business here on Main Street. Lots of businesses come and go, but Robinson's is a mainstay on historic Main Street, and I expect Robinson's will be here for decades more to come, and that's thanks to your leadership. I'm very sad to see you leave this dais, but I know you will continue to serve in different capacities on behalf of the residents of Placerville. Again, I'm happy to call you my colleague and my friend, so thank you, Dennis.
Thank you.
And I will go ahead on behalf of the City of Placerville, its staff, and your colleagues. I want to present this plaque to you in our sincere appreciation for your dedication to the City of Placerville.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dennis.
Anybody need to give a picture? Thank you. There you go. Oh, there you go. Thank you. Thank you. That's funny. This feels kind of like a family. Yeah, you got your uncles, some crazy uncles, some great uncles, some. You got this feels, even the people coming up, people I agree with and don't agree with. I was sitting here thinking, this is like a family. This is our town. And that's a special thing. And sorry about that. And I don't always get along with everybody, and that's okay. I don't always get along with my uncles either. And that's okay. And I know that most everybody out here loves this town. And I appreciate that about the people that came up and spoke, because I know that every one of those people that came up and spoke, they love this town, and that's a great thing to have. Not every community has that so much, and we have that in spades here. A lot of people love this town, and you guys have the care and commitment. I've known a lot of past city council members. I've been doing this for a long time, and all of them. Well, there's a few that I question, but not many. And there's a lot of good people that have served up here. And I appreciate your words, because you don't always know the impact. You said some things, I was like, wow, that's me. Thank you. I was like, thank you very much for those kind words. I have a few words of my own. And I'd like to tell you, I really value and hold dear my friends and our community members that operate with integrity and honesty. And that's about 99% of you all. My life is so much more rich and full because of you. Also, I am so grateful for the friends I have, and I look around, the friends I have found and the lasting relationships I have formed while being on City Council. I have an immense amount of gratitude for our city employees who work so hard, our department heads and our staff here at the city. I also have an immense amount of respect for our officers that serve and the public works men and women on our streets every day. It has been a privilege to serve with you and for you, for every one of you. So thank you guys for that. This election process has clarified who my friends are and meaningful colleagues are, and also who the underbelly are. One thing I knew going into this, let me start that sentence over. One thing I knew going into this, and has proven true over the last 4 years, is that we will get far more done with kindness and collaboration than hatred, lies, and meanness ever will. With that said, I'm going to address one of the elephants in the room, and that's me losing this election, and in particular, how Congressman McClintock came after me and maliciously attacked my character and my motives. Here's the thing. When it comes to the post office, some of you may not know about that. I cared more about honoring and respecting our fallen officer than McClintock did. I asked critical questions because the condition of the post office was not worthy of our fallen officer's name. Rather than engage in collaboration and solutions, McClintock went on a tirade, attacking my character and blaming the city and our city council for his lack of oversight and neglect for a federal building in his district. It seems that to succeed nowadays, all you need to know is how to do complaining and blaming. The fake moral outrage from McClintock and the Republican Central Committee over this issue does not pass the sniff test for me. And here's why. You see, there was not one person in the audience at the City Council meeting on July 12th in support of renaming the post office. There was not one person that attended that meeting supporting renaming the post office. Not McClintock. His staff didn't bother to show up. They phoned in. Definitely not one member from the Republican Central Committee cared to come that day and support that. No one showed up in person. And again, the complaining and blaming. The other thing they accused me of was supporting BLM and defunding the police. It's absurd on its face, and it's an absolute lie. And our community should be outraged at the RCC and McClintock. McClintock had a $1.5 million campaign budget. And working with the El Dorado County Republican Central Committee, McClintock used his Republican donor dollars to fabricate lies and launch an assault on my character and our local election. And probably the only funny thing that came out of this is that McClintock was tricked into supporting a Democrat for city council by the RCC. They did this out of pure vengeance. Don't let them tell you any different. They are going to try and feign ignorance when in fact it is malevolence. And for the RCC, that means you are acting with ill will, malice, and hatred. The problem is, it worked. They got me unelected. The bigger question is, who are they going to come after next? I don't know. Hopefully none of you guys. Dirty politics, especially those from out of town, will always keep us from meaningful and honest debate about our local issues, and it really did. And that will never serve our community well. So I ask the question, do we really need a U.S. congressman with so little integrity representing our community? I don't think so. With that said, I'm going to sign off now and wish our new city council, every one of you, wish you the best as they will have some tough issues to tackle in the coming 4 years. And may God bless our community and this great little city.
Thank you, Dennis. Colleagues, I'll open it up for any comments.
Dennis, I want to say I've enjoyed serving with you, but I want to tell you the thing I most appreciate about you is how you always show up for our community. A lot of times it's behind the scenes things that people don't see you doing, but they see the results, as Michael mentioned, the flags on Main Street, showing up with your tractor. Before you were on the council, I showed up at the last minute and said, Dennis, I need 20 trash picker-uppers for a project I'm doing tomorrow, and you just went back and got them and gave them to me. I said, what do I owe you? You said, nothing. Go get it done. And you just do those things time after time, and you're just such an essential part of the community, and thank you.
Thank you.
Dennis? Yeah. It's a loss for Placerville that you're not going to be sitting up here on this dais. You have been a really amazing council member. I really enjoyed serving as your vice mayor and those meetings that we attended with Cleve every other week for city council agenda review. I was so impressed, and I have been all 4 years, and especially when I, was working closely with you as your vice mayor, at the attention that you gave to how issues were presented and how the meetings were organized, and you were so thoughtful about everything. And I aspired to be as good of a mayor as you were, and I don't know if I quite did. But I really looked up for you. I really looked up to you, and I still do. You are your roots in this community go back so deep. Your knowledge about everything Placerville is deep. You are generous with this whole community and with your time and your focus. I remember that first meeting when I was vice mayor, our first agenda review, and I kind of took charge of the meeting, you remember? And afterwards you called me and you just said, well, Kara, I'm not quite sure what to make of that. But I appreciated your ability to be lighthearted even when we're talking about serious things, and we agreed most of the time about issues, but sometimes we disagreed. But in hindsight, looking back, most of the things we disagreed on, you were right. Or at least right in some way. That was unexpected, and I, would chuckle about it afterwards. But it's been a real pleasure serving with you and getting to know you. And it's incredibly unfortunate what happened during the election. The city council is a nonpartisan body for the residents of the city. And we've never had ugly campaign ads like that I'm aware of. We certainly didn't in the election that I was in. And it's really unfortunate that worked because it sets the precedent for going forward with future elections. And I really hope that the voters of Placerville going forward will put their foot down on that type of behavior. But I'm sad to see you go. But I'm sure that now that it's set in, you're probably looking forward to some things.
Right, yeah.
And I'm excited for you for the time that you'll have.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So I feel the same way, Dennis. I'm just sorry that it all happened the way it did. It kind of left a bitter taste in our mouth for what should be a happy occasion, but things happen, and they happen for a reason. I really feel that way, and who knows what the future holds. It's the way I feel. And, I was just thinking about it, but Kara and you and I all kind of got our start in the same way in having businesses downtown. Yeah. Certainly a big difference in the number of years, but But that's when it all started, and it's, you've done a great job, you should not have any regrets because I think you've been a great leader, and I know you're not going to stop with your, it's just, I feel the same way about myself. Kara, I think it's going to happen with you. I can't sit home and not do anything. So anyway, so onward and upward, right? Yep. Okay.
Okay, we'll go ahead and open it up for public comment.
Mayor and Council, Joe Wren, your Chief of Police. We should have changed the words in these because you're going to hear them 3 times. A certificate of recognition presented to Mr. Dennis Thomas in recognition of your 4 years of dedicated service to the city of Placerville. We present you the flag of this nation, which was flown over the police department in your honor. We wish you health and happiness in your future endeavors. And thank you, Dennis.
Good evening, Jennifer Mouses. Dennis, I want to thank you. I'm the chairwoman of the board of directors of the Upper Room Dining Hall. And throughout these years, I've had to deal with many of the people in this room on some difficult issues. And Dennis, you are one of the most constant figures that I see involved in taking on difficult discussions and really trying to help the community. So for that, I thank you, and I wish you the best.
Judy Puttiff, El Dorado Hills. You're one hell of a man. You are really one hell of a man. And how do I know this? How do I know this? I'm your mother-in-law.
Yeah.
Now, I didn't always think that. I inherited a piece of property, and Dennis was a tenant in this building. And my father had ridiculously low rents. And I thought, we can do better. And I raised the rents, and he moved out.
Yeah.
I never met the man, and he moved out.
Yep.
And he was absolutely right. He went and bought his own damn piece of property, and being the smart fella that he is, that was the right decision. So what happened? He ends up with my daughter.
Winning.
Yeah, you're a winner.
Yeah, thank you.
And I was blessed.
Yeah.
I was blessed. And I think the world of you, Dennis.
Mm-hmm.
And I say this to the girls in our family all the time. All things are for your sake. Even this.
Yep.
This is for your sake. And the other thing I say is, karma's a bitch.
Yeah. Very sweet.
Ruth Michelson. Dennis, when I think of the 4 years you've been on the city council, I really think of the year you were mayor. Mm-hmm. And what a difficult year that was from the get-go, the entire year. And you dealt with a very angry group of people on some very difficult issues, and I think you did well as could be done. And I think some of that carries over. There's still factions. It's unfair, but I think that was part of it. The other part of it was your friend John Clarici, because, 8 candidates. I'm very interested in statistics and the rubric on 8 candidates. Telling you what, John.
Yeah.
You know, Kara might have unseated John.
Yeah.
But John, you had a part of this.
He
Okay?
did, didn't he? Thought has crossed my mind.
Anyway, we didn't always agree, but the important thing is that you served. And not many people are willing to come forward. I mean, you guys, you deal with interesting things and you deal with incredibly boring things. As you know, when we all get up and leave, it's like, okay, you deal with those issues. We're done for the night. So just the serving, just being there and being consistent, and as the others have said, really thinking through the issues and to your best of abilities, addressing them. Much appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you.
Leo Bennett Koshan, Shingle Springs. I do have 3 family members in Placerville and 3 more coming up. And they all asked me, since this is their first election, about the candidates. Now, as one of your constituents did share, I'm a Democratic socialist. Feel the burn. How did I describe Dennis Thomas? I described him as a moderate Republican. Somebody who is usually right on something. And in my philosophy as an organizer, when you listen to somebody that you fundamentally disagree with on so many subjects, you listen. And you listen, and I appreciate that. And from listening to you, and then one writes down the statements one agrees with, I remember during the logo dispute you discussed about we need a book. Well, I've got quite a book about everything you say that's right.
Oh, no.
But the biggest thing that I shared with my 3 family members is what you stated, integrity. And I added a generous heart. Thank you for your service.
Thank you.
That was nice.
Don Vanderkar, Placerville citizen, and great respecter of our leaders. Dennis, you got a raw deal, very raw. You're appreciated. Hang in there. And anybody who's willing to follow a powerful mother-in-law, that speaks with integrity.
I can't let this occasion go without offering some words. And I'm up here right now as your wife. So I have the unique perspective of knowing how very deeply you care about this community, Dennis. I know the hours and hours you spend thinking critically through issues, wrestling with ideas, elevating your thought to have an educated perspective. Whether you get up in the wee hours of the morning or whether you stay up late at night, no one will ever know the depth of care and critical thought you bring to this role. Also, who you are has made Placerville a better place. And just like Jackie, I so appreciated, your comments that the quiet little things that no one knows about. That has been a legacy of who you are that you've brought to this role. And so I'd like to share a few of those things. As I have the right to do. People need to know that you have owned a business on Main Street for 20 years. And you've owned a business that has been on Main Street for 90. 90 years. You have had an iconic look at the machinations and the changes in this town and have been an integral part of having it thrive economically. You were, along with Carol Patton, one of the original people who brought the flower baskets on Main to make Placerville more beautiful. It was you and Carol that did that. So every year, when we appreciate and enjoy those, I see you reflected in that gift to our community. You served on the parking committee for 10 years. And for those who think that's an easy task, it is not. And you have tried so many different solutions to find the right balance between offering, available parking to our residents and our the tourists that visit our town to making sure that there's parking available and the merchants don't park in those spaces for our customers so Placerville can thrive. You were part of the original Main Street Revitalization Committee, wrestling with how to continue to make Main Street honor who we are, but to also keep it relevant and revitalized. You were part of the original group that started the Festival of Lights. You brought that to our town. You've worked on every type of event there is on Main Street for the past few decades. As a merchant, you've donated over $100,000 to various community groups yourself. You've donated tens of thousands of dollars as a staunch supporter of our Placerville Police Department, who you will defend. You continue to defend fiercely. You've served on hiring committees. You hired our amazing city manager, Cleve Morris, as well as our chief of police. You've pulled volunteers together to paint the parking garage, to power wash our sidewalks. You have put flags on Main Street on every patriotic holiday for the past 3 years, along with a lot of our staff and fellow council members. You installed the blue line across Main Street as a reminder to honor our police department and our law enforcement personnel. You were instrumental on developing the messaging on the Measure L campaign, LES, securing over $25 million to maintain Placerville roads. You served on the Planning Commission. You were the main driver between getting Trip to Green going, and that will continue to bless our communities. We look for creative solutions to entrenched problems. And you served as the mayor during one of the most contentious times in our city. I am inordinately proud of you. And all of these things are who you are. And I am so blessed to be married to a man that loves our community so deeply. And your legacy will continue to have this great little city thrive. So thank you for your deep service to our community.
Thank you.
That's a tough act to follow. Sue Rodman, I just could not pass up the opportunity to thank you, Dennis, for all you have done, for your support for Measure H and Measure L, for your support to make sure that our city doesn't fall apart, for getting us through the pandemic. That was a very tough year, and you were always there. And you're always there at Robinson's when we go in and say, hey, Dennis, can you can we talk to you about this? You're willing to listen. You're willing to listen to us as community members, and I appreciate that. And thank you so much for all you do, and I'm sure we'll continue to do for our city.
I will.
Well, I was going to say something to Patty, and then I thought it would really be not good if I didn't say something to Dennis. So anyway, but real quick. Yeah, Dennis, now if you ever need to know what to do, just give me a call. I can tell you what to do with those extra hours. It's at first you're a little concerned. Yeah, you don't know. You get up, Tuesdays. You have these Tuesdays all of a sudden that you got. Anyway, I'm not going to get into all the other stuff. It's well trodden ground. You did a good job. I mean, you did your best, and that's all you can ever do. And that's all the community can never expect anything more from any one individual than to try to do your best in these circumstances. I think you brought tremendous value added. But you never know. You might get replaced by someone who's fantastic. Not me. I don't even know how you go there from there, but anyway. Yeah. And they'll be fantastic, and they'll do a great job. In fact, we should all hope that person does a fantastic job because they'll be running the city. Anyway, that's for you.
Yes.
Patty, you're next. Okay.
We're going to have John finish all of these off.
He paid me to come up here.
Thanks, John.
Good evening, everybody. Mark Akunas, City of Placerville, all around stuff. Kara, a cute story before we talk about Dennis. When you were just making up your mind to run for office, I was enjoying a lunch at your beautiful restaurant, and your mother recognized me and came over, and we were talking, and I was encouraging her to encourage you, because moms have the last say, to keep your hat in the ring. And she said, well, what if she got pregnant? Would it be okay if she was pregnant? And I said, I find no reason why a woman couldn't be pregnant and serve on the city of Placerville. Why not? More grandchildren. Little did I know. So it was a pleasure to watch you grow and serve as mayor and a council member. And as so many have said before, you did a wonderful job. Now to Dennis.
I never heard that story.
Yep. Somebody asked. Or you have some really personal employees that were working at the restaurant at that time, because I was really taken, because I was really rooting. Oh, thank you for giving your 4 years in such a beautiful manner and in difficult times. As I learned early on in my 14 years of service, every mayor has their challenge, and you all sit there. Jackie, your turn's coming. All those other mayors sit there knowing that. Dennis. I had the pleasure of getting to know more about Dennis while I had the pleasure of serving with Wendy Thomas, who is one of the most spectacular people that I have ever had the pleasure to be associated with. And in her 8 years on the council, I learned more about Dennis and the things that he was involved in, and I thank you for reminding us with all of the things that Dennis has been involved in for a number of years, all without pay, all with lots of headaches. The funniest one that I'll never understand about this town, and it was very true and it was very controversial, was the business owners taking up all the customer parking on Main Street. That was huge. And Dennis stood right in the middle of it for years. And we now have a pretty functional downtown parking system. The 2-hour thing still confuses people, but and I think I had to give Dennis credit too. He was behind trying to find wording that really worked. But yeah, and the flower baskets and Carol Patton and that whole group of folks that brought all the benches and all the beauty that we see now on Main Street. And eventually the pop-outs and all that, what we have there today, and Dennis was a part of that. And Carol Patton as a planning commissioner and as a member of this council. One of the things that I learned as my time meeting Dennis as just a citizen, and then later when he was elected, was this man's tremendous love for this community. And I think it applies to all of you up there this evening, and any council that is successful. I think the love for community and the dedication to public service, and always knowing that you have to do the right thing, that there's always the correct answer, and there's always the service to the community that has to be done, whether you really want to do it or not. You have to toe that line. And Dennis, I hope the community realizes that in their decision at the ballot box, they have lost, temporarily anyway, a member who I was just so looking forward to seeing what you were going to do in your second term. Because just as has been described by other speakers, this gentleman's attention to detail, his concern for issues large and small, 24 hours a day. Dennis was there. He has been a true gentleman even through the loss, in making sure that we recognized his accomplishments and the next person that's going to be recognized, Patty Borelli. So it has been a true honor to watch you grow, and an honor to see you handle a tremendously controversial year as mayor. Somebody could sit here now and think about, easy to forget where this country was and where this community was, unfortunately, through no fault of your own or no fault of, but you were here. And I've heard from both you and Kara, and it really warms my heart, is your understanding and your support for these individuals that sit up here through every meeting, 7 days a week. They go out and make this community function, and it's because they have your support. Lastly, I'd like to make this comment. I didn't get down here to that meeting back in July, the famous post office. I did recognize that it was a terrible, shameful condition for a public building to be in, something we've fought for years. What's unfortunate is there was a suggestion that I had forwarded. We have a fantastic opportunity that any politician should want to hang their hat on. And that is, as Kara mentioned in her success this year, the Combined Public Safety Fire Services building. Here we have two of the most important public services that any community can rely on, willing to work together to combine their organizations to streamline and economize a much needed, way overdue new fire station and a new police facility. It is in desperate need of significant funding. I ask, why could not the congressman have named a funding bill in the Ishmael family name that could granted several $1 million to, again, a project that passes every positive test public relation-wise? And Dennis, you did the right thing. The post office is not worthy of anybody's recognition. That old building not. This project, I throw that out to the community. Maybe they can get a message across. Sadly, it's my understanding that the same congressman has already proudly said he does not believe in earmarks. It's bringing money back to our community that I frankly think are my tax dollars, and yours too, Dennis. So thank you for taking the right step and being there for us, and thank you for sharing your love for this community. God bless you.
All right, I'm going to go ahead and close public comment there, and we're going to go and move to our last council member, the dean of the Placerville City Council, and that's Council Member Patty Borelli. Patty, you've had 16 years of dedicated service to this City Council. That's a long time to give of yourself to a community. I mean, people don't realize the amount of time and dedication it takes and the hours, and that is a long time, over 16 years. And so I thank you from the bottom of my heart for those years that you did. You're a fierce supporter of protecting our city assets, like the Ketchup and Mustard building, even when it might have been a lone voice out there. You stuck to your guns on that, and I always admired that. I'm a believer in us protecting that asset as well, so I thank you for that. And, I always learn something new about Placerville's past from you. And I think everybody, people here in the audience, us colleagues, everyone should have a tutorial from Patty just to learn more about, what happened in Placerville. It doesn't matter the building, the person, the occasion, the initiative. Patty is going to know about it and have perspective that just nobody else has. And so I've always respected that and admired that and try to learn from that as a council member. Patty, I always liked your ability to really cut to the chase. And I think your question is this going to work? And I think that was always, to me, it was, you said it in a humorous ways, but it actually was really quite elegant because, ultimately everything that we do, all of our endeavors boil down to success or failures as stewards of the city. And so asking that question matters. Is this the right thing to do? Are we going to do this correctly, and how are we going to get this done? And so I've always admired that, and that was the right thing to ask. I think we will. I'm trying to think of how the best way to say this. I will dearly miss you on the city council. It's hard to imagine you not sitting at this dais and giving us, guidance and wisdom as you move forward. But I know you're going to continue to serve. I'm going to see you at the Moore events and other things, and the graveyards. I mean, you don't have, not that way, not that way. You know what I mean?
We'll come visit you, buddy.
That's not what I meant. Don't quote me on that one, Andrew. Save our graveyards.
Oh dear.
I know. I'm gonna dig that one back. No pun intended. But no, I know you're going to continue to be highly involved in our city. I hope I have you over for Christmas if you can come. And I wish you the best on your semi-retirement, because I don't consider it as a full retirement. But I wish you all the time and love to be with your grandkids and your daughters and to enjoy that time with them. So from the bottom of my heart, I want to thank you for your service. And I also have this plaque to present to you on behalf of the city, its staff, and from your colleagues in sincere appreciation for your dedication to the city of Placerville, council member from 2006 to 2022, and mayor in 2009 and 2015, council member Patty Borelli. Thank you.
You guys, I'm telling you, I have been crying for a month, and I can't stop. There's so much I want to say, and I feel embarrassed because I can't stop crying. But I absolutely have loved every minute of my 16 years in serving Placerville. And I know this is a thank you to me, but I just want to say thank you to you. I want to say thank you to all our wonderful, wonderful staff, all the people that have supported me through all these years. It's been a real education for me being on the council. I've learned so much, and I know that we get a lot of credit, but as my fellow council members have said tonight, and it's just the truth, we wouldn't be where we are without all the support, the staff that, and you know, there's been a lot that have come and gone during my years here. I particularly, it's been wonderful. We not only serve on the city council, but we also represent our council to El Dorado Transit, El Dorado Transportation, LAFCO, so many other things, and they also have been just wonderful to serve on, and I'll just never ever be able to say thank you enough for what I've gained through representing us and them. I was thinking when Mark was talking about we always think of some little things, and one of the things I do remember with Mark when I was mayor, he and I and our city manager, and at the time John Driscoll, went back to Washington, D.C. to plead our case for something, and we were met by our David Church, and who represented us in the legislature, and we did we called John's overnight trip almost, and all those things just stick in my mind. I have gotten to go to so many conferences representing the council. For a long time, we had a group called SEDCOR, and we used to meet monthly over in Auburn. And it was a group of folks just like us that would meet. And I got to meet, again, so many wonderful people from other cities and counties, and made so many wonderful friends. And I just can't... I'm not going to go into anything, accomplishments or not, because everybody said it tonight. We all know what we've done, and my wonderful one thing I'm really treasuring is leaving with seeing so many accomplishments. And I really believe that during my tenure that we have put Placerville on the map. Everybody knows who we are now. And it wasn't always that way. And we're looked upon as a great little city and a city that everybody wants to come and visit. And I treasure that. So I'm just not going to go into any more, just other than to just know that I treasure all of these moments, and I am going to miss like anything being here, but I am not going away. I'm going to go to that cemetery someday. But I have to say I serve on a committee, and it's called Save the Graves. And we are trying to establish our wonderful cemetery up there and bring it back to what it once was one day. And so that's the joke with the cemetery. So anyway, and I am going to stay on the Fire Safe Council has asked me to be a member of there, so I will be doing that, and I will be probably coming to City Council to talk to you about things. And so just a lot of things I've got in mind, and you're right, I am going to be more free to visit with my kids back east and down south, and not have to be so much geared by my calendar. So anyway, thank you, and sayonara.
Colleagues, if you want to make any other comments.
Patty, I don't think I've ever been to a council meeting when you weren't on the city council. And I'll have to say, I think the first time I was probably yelling at you and Mark Acuna and Pierre Rivas over doubling our sewer rates. And that's when I really started getting involved in things, and can really appreciate all the work that you've done, and how much our citizens need to pay attention, and we need to be responsible, and how we need the help of our community to help us find those solutions. I'm going to miss all of the history lessons on everything. I remember when, 20 years ago, 50 years ago. All that richness that you bring to every agenda item, I will sincerely miss, but it has been a pleasure serving with you, and I will miss you.
16 years, wow, Patty, that's a long run. The pace of government is so slow that you've actually been able to see things start and finish in that amount of time. In my 4 years, everything that we've accomplished was started by somebody else, or we started things that will be finished by somebody else. But you've, I'm sure, gotten to see things from beginning to end, and I imagine that would be really rewarding. It's been really fun serving with you. Patty and I, we'd go down to the League of California Cities conferences together, and I didn't know before I got in the council that I would find a kindred spirit in you, a fellow former restaurant owner that, understood like the burn scars on your arms from the ovens, and, all those things that this like small subculture of people that are in the restaurant industry understand. It's been really fun, and you have so many stories of Placerville from, when Main Street was all bars. I'm not going to go into those stories now because I don't want to betray your confidence, but it's been so much fun serving with you. It's been I feel honored to have been part of your, 16-year tenure, and you're really a Placerville legend, so.
I went into your restaurant when I was a little kid. And
Dennis, if there was ever a compliment, that had to be.
there's a compliment somewhere in there, I promise. And it just, it goes to show you, and your family, you taking over after Carl's passing, and honoring his legacy of service to this community is a real blessing to this community. You carried his legacy forward, and you honored it, and you have served it so well. And I am privileged. I know Wendy served with you for 8 years, and I served with you for 4. And your commitment to this community, very few people serve in this capacity for that long, because it's a long time. It's a lot of work. It's a lot of care, and you have done an amazing job of serving, protecting, honoring, and making this town a better place, and putting us on the map. In all the years, I know how hard you had worked with Carl, and how hard you worked afterwards. And I know, I remember hearing the stories from Jerry way back when, and I honestly, I never thought I'd be sitting here with you, and I feel privileged to have shared this space with you. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dennis. We'll go ahead and open this up for public comments. Chief.
This might sound familiar. They say that a police chief serves at the pleasure of their elected, but for the council up here, it's my pleasure to serve you, and I know a majority of our organization feels the same way. You've been extremely supportive. You've been a wonderful advocate to the constituents when concerns have been brought up, so thank you. You made my job so far really easy. Now for the fun stuff. Certificate of recognition presented to Patty Borelli in recognition of 16 dedicated years of service to the city of Placerville. We present you with this flag of our great nation, which was flown over the Placerville Police Department in your honor. We wish you health and happiness in your future endeavors. Placerville Police Department.
Last time up here. And this time, it's a privilege to be here as the District 3 Supervisor and present a proclamation that the Board of Supervisors passed this morning at our meeting. And now it's my turn to give a history lesson on the legacy of Patty Borelli. A proclamation of the Board of Supervisors of the County of El Dorado in recognition and appreciation of Patricia Patty Borelli on 16 years as a Placerville City Council member. Whereas Patty Borelli was born in San Francisco, moved to Sacramento where she lived for 10 years, and then relocated to Placerville when her dad purchased a bakery on Main Street, located in a portion of Robinson's Pharmacy. That exposure became Patty's first introduction to Main Street, and consequently, Patty became known as one of the Main Street brats, whose parents owned a business in downtown Placerville. And whereas Patty went on to both grammar and high school in Placerville, and then left to attend junior college in Sacramento. Upon completion of her education, family duty called, and she was needed at home. Patty secured a job in Placerville and met Carl Borelli at his pizza parlor, Vesuvio's Pizzeria and Restaurant on Main Street. They got married in 1960, went on to own and operate 3 restaurants with partner David Wilson, and operated Borelli Seafoods for 10 years. And whereas the Borellis had 3 children, Dario, Darcelyn, and Domica, who attended grammar and high school in Placerville. Patty remains grateful for the wonderful education they received, as well as all the ways they benefited from living in a small town. Patty has 6 grandchildren, all whom make her extremely proud. And whereas Patty Borelli sought public office on the Placerville City Council in 2006 at the urging of then council member Marion Washburn. While it was a position Patty never really thought of obtaining, after serving on several committees with Marion and assisting her husband Carl on council activities, Patty agreed to run for Marion's seat when she retired. And whereas Patty's early years in local government were years of education, while her husband Carl served as an elected on both the Placerville City Council and on the El Dorado County Board of Supervisors, Patty discovered that spousal support did not necessarily translate into on-the-job training, and that there was a learning curve associated with elected leadership. And whereas when asked about her greatest achievement, she admits that it's hard to identify because she recognizes that it takes a lot of folks to make things happen. Patty is proud and grateful that she was on the council and helping in the decisions that were made in getting us to where we are today. And whereas Patty's love and devotion of Placerville runs deep, she is so pleased that this town is small enough that one can have friends in so many diversified groups and activities. Patty appreciates that many of our residents support our community and that they continually volunteer to assist where and when needed. And whereas Patty's hopes for Placerville are that we keep up the momentum of moving forward and making this a city that our families can live and work in, she also hopes to see that the contentious and divisive discourse wanes so that we can once again function with cooperation and participation from everyone. Patty considers these past 16 years as the best years of her life. While she has mixed feelings about retiring from public service, her legacy and deep love for this community means she will be staying active and participating in city business from the sidelines. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed, with deep respect and appreciation for 16 years of elected leadership and service, the El Dorado County Board of Supervisors offers their congratulations, gratitude, and best regards for blessings in this next chapter of Councilmember Patty Borelli's journey, passed and adopted by the Board of Supervisors at a regular meeting held the 13th day of December 2022.
How'd you get one of those?
You didn't know the right
We'll continue with public comments.
I won't be long, so Patty, as everyone else has said, 16 years, really phenomenal. And I took the liberty it's so great to have phones that work as computers, isn't it? I really see your service as part of a legacy, a Borelli legacy. And I looked up that your husband had an unprecedented number of service of 24 years, starting in 74. So 24 and 16, that's 40 Borelli years.
We're not sure. We go from 24 to 26, so I don't know, but he served a long time.
Yeah, all right then, 40 or 42 years. That's still really a lot. And in reading about him, I read that he passed in 2003, and it's just so admirable to me that you chose 3 years later to become part of the city council. Many women who are widowed kind of go off into a corner. but you put yourself out there and continued this legacy, as others have said, and gave to this community for 16 years in so many ways. And I don't have all the history that others do. I wasn't around or didn't come to meetings when you were mayor, but I'm sure you were a good one the times that you were. And these last 7 years that I have been attending city council meetings since I've become a merchant on Main, I do really like your spunk. I mean, sometimes things get very muddled up, and the council is in some kind of convoluted discussion, and it gets very circular, and we're all going, where is this going? And Patty will say, boom, boom, and it's like she's just very clear, and it's like it's kind of head turning. But your clarity has been much appreciated in all of your service as well. So thank you, Patty, and I wish you the best with all those grandchildren and children, and I'm sure you'll be around town when you're not traveling.
Okay. Thank you, Ruth.
Sue Rodman, Placerville resident and member of the Fire Safe Council, and we welcome Patty to come and join us on the Fire Safe Council. She has been the city council's person to collaborate with the Fire Safe Council, and she's done a great job at that. And Patty, you've been on the city council ever since I've been coming to city council meetings, and I respect you very much. You do bring clarity to this council, and she's right. When they get going in circles, all of a sudden Patty will say, okay, now what are we really trying to do here? And straighten everybody out. So thank you very much for your leadership and your service to this community.
Thank you, Sue.
I hope that wasn't for me. David Turch, Washington, D.C. Patty, I want to thank you so much, not only for your service to this community. Obviously, you know that you are my favorite client. I never take your lapel pin off of any suit I have. Thank you for teaching me about this community. But even more, the comments that have come tonight about the ideas that you had here and the consequence. So I'd like to thank you a little bit about the seeds that you planted in Washington. The ideas that you have had that have made people's lives better, not just in Placerville, but in Minnesota and Mississippi and Maine and Montana, because some of the ideas you had caused people to begin to think in both the legislative branch and the executive branch. And I do sympathize with you for taking Driscoll tours to get there. I wish you'd have been better served, but it is as it is. And the answer is, in all truthfulness, ideas that you had and the propositions that you proposed have had a consequence which, in fact, have made people's lives better, not just here, but all over our great nation. And I would say one of those is you really advocated strongly for earmarks. You know how important they have been to this community and the results that have happened here. Well, we have earmarks for both fiscal 23 and fiscal 24. So, Patty, thank you.
Thank you, David. And thank you for coming from Washington, D.C. to help us celebrate.
Leo Bennett Koshan. My mother raised me to be a citizen activist, and I've been at it for 52 years. So I'm sorry I only got to have 2 years observing you and your wonder, Patty, but it's been a good 2 years, and you've made me feel like a youngster at 70. And as people shared, you're a keeper of histories, you're a keeper of legends, and it is so important. And one thing that I learned being able to do the blessing of end-of-life care to my mother and grandmother, who kept going all the way to the end, except for basically they just kind of wore out. So in heaven, I know that they're okay if I share. They have the title of Mrs. Go-Go. And I think going forward, you're going to keep earning that particular title, Miss Go-Go. And finally, 16 years is a long time, and many people, different perspectives. I'm a retired educator, so when you say 16, I think, hey, first grade through university. Wow, what an education. And it's just awesome, everything that you've been able to accomplish, with that kind of learning. And I'm glad that I got to see the last 2 years. So, 52 years, I humbly consider myself somewhat of an expert. And I've sat on committees where you evaluate students through the capstone. I don't have to be here 16 years to say you're a AAA public servant. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
There was a few moments of silence, so I came up. Listen, I ran into Patty Borelli at a social civic function months ago and warmly greeted her with the words, "I knew I'd see you here." She looked at me in a kind of puzzled way. Well, the reason is because I can't imagine going to any civic function for this city, whether it's a fire safe council, some fundraiser for people separated from their homes with the Grizzly Flat fires, or working over at the gold bug mine. I can't imagine she ever spends a moment, apart from sleeping on the dais, not devoted to this city. And it's not just from the days of the bakery, where that love was present, and devotion to the city. That's nothing to be concerned about for that age. We need that institutional history. A person who remembers when there were 10 grocery stores on Main Street, from Worrell's up to the end of just beyond the Druids Monument, when you could call up Kelly's grocery stores and have them deliver groceries. When there were a lot of hotels on Main Street. So that institutional history is important. And yes, just like Jackie, there have been occasions when I've not been happy or in agreement, but it doesn't matter. Nobody could doubt your devotion to the city. In my garage, there's a whole box of write in Carl Borelli for getting him on the ballot. So his role in this community is legendary, and you certainly continue with that devotion. That's just an important impact on others and a model for what we should all be following, is that devotion to the town that you've always shown. So thank you. And I will help you with the grave. It's not going to be my place. I've got another location.
Everybody's helping me with the graves.
Well, I want you to bring back the water system, because the irrigation system has been cut out for 5 years. So I'll be glad to help you in all your various causes.
Thank you, Kurt.
Hi again. I woke up one day this summer and I didn't feel right. And it was like this weird disturbance in the force. And then I get a call, or I'm talking to somebody that says, Patty Borelli's not running. And I went, oh my God, that must have been it. Because it just set everything off in the whole town. It was like weird. And so I saw Patty not too long, and I asked her, I said, are you really not running? She goes, no, I've decided not to. And then she started to cry. And then she got herself together. And I said, you can't not run, Patty, because I've lived in this town for 40 plus years, and I don't know what to do if there's not someone named Borelli on the ballot to vote for. It's like a thing you do. You've done a great job, and that institutional knowledge is great. I do want to take umbrage with a couple things that were said, though. Yes, Carl had a tremendous legacy in this community. There's no doubt about that. You didn't just carry it forward, though. You built your own legacy in this town, and it needs to be recognized. You did a lot of things that were special specifically to you. You always mention Carl, and there's a lot of love and devotion there, and I understand that. But you need to take a bow for the things that you did, because they are separate from that, and they should be recognized. And so I'm going to get a little verklempt here in a second if I'm not careful. Anyway, congratulations. And even though you're leaving for different reasons, much like Dennis, if you need to ask about things to do, just give me a call on the phone. Anyway, thank you very much.
Thank you, John.
Good evening, Council, especially the three of you who are leaving. Kathy Lishman, Placerville. I served with Carl on the City Council, And sometimes when I wanted to find him, I could go to the fish market, but Patty was the one that was working there. Carl was off doing something else. At council meetings, Carl did not speak a lot. He did a lot of work in the community behind the scenes, but he always voted the right way. And Patty contributes a lot to the council meetings and in the discussion, and the whole council does. I want to thank you, Patty, and thank you for cooking hamburgers on Main Street with community pride when we first started. And Dennis, I know you were accused of protesting with whatever there was downtown, just a group of local people coming together to support an idea. I believe the police chief was in the vicinity too and was highly respected by the people that were gathered there. And Kara, thank you for the gentleness and kindness and calmness that you have brought to the council. I want to thank all of you who have dedicated yourself to the betterment of the city. Thank you for your part in helping the city turn the corner during these difficult times. Thank you for expressing your comments so sincerely on issues that were very difficult. You didn't avoid them. You brought out conversation that was meaningful, and I appreciate that. As a former council member who's been off for 18 years, I often find myself coming to these meetings to express my opinion on certain issues. While we agree on some and don't agree on others, and I know you agree on some with each other and not on others, I just want to thank you for the respectful way that you have conducted yourself, especially when you disagree with people. And last, I'd like to say that I looked forward to, when I was off the council, although the meeting started at 7 o'clock at night, of watching city council meetings in my pajamas. And the other thing is that now you can pick and choose certain issues that you would like to be involved in and continue serving the city of Placerville. And thank you for your years of service and your dedication to this town.
Thank you, Kathy.
Hello. I told Kara earlier I never speak at the podium, so I thought I'd give it a whirl tonight. Why not? When I first moved to Placerville, my New Year's resolution was to attend city council meetings to get to know my new city. Your current term had just begun, and so the three of you really hold a special place for me and as a foundational group for understanding the city. Upon attendance at my first meeting, which was packed over marijuana dispensaries, my husband and I left thinking, wow, these meetings are wild. But I also left really impressed by the passion, the history, and the confidence of our council. I quickly learned that roots run deep here, and stating your time in town was a regular occurrence. As a relative newcomer, seeing the way that our city was managed inspired me to join the Planning Commission, knowing that our leadership was strong and that the city was moving in an exciting forward trajectory. I've been so impressed by the commitment you all have to the health of our community, and we will miss your experience and guidance on the days. Losing the three of you is tough, but I hope the new members of our council can continue to listen, be thoughtful, and continue your diligent work to keep Placerville as an amazing place to live. Makes me proud to bring a new little Placervillian into the community, and I wish all three of you the best.
That was nice.
Steve Puttiff, Placerville forever. Actually, I was born and raised in Placerville, and one of the few people here that knew I should say officially Mrs. Borelli, but Patty for so many years. And actually, all the way through high school, I knew Patty. All the way through college and on and on. And when we built our first shopping center, the Hangtown Village Square Shopping Center, it was Carl Borelli that actually gave us the plaque for the best architecture in the city of Placerville, which is incredible. And so your husband and I went way back as well, and he was such a great guy. I mean, he not only did things that and I see this in you too, is doing things for the community that people never knew of. I mean, he's organized the Christmas trees on Broadway. He organized so many things. He and I sent Christmas trees to Soviet Union way back when. And then no one knew that. It was just something that he did. But you carried, as I agree with the comments earlier, you brought a whole new thing to the city council when you took over. And your legacy is something that we will never forget. I hear so many things from Dennis, from Wendy, from about the participation and the history that you bring to this city that is going to be sorely missed because you have such a great historic background and your thoughts and views are always good for those old timers like myself that have been here forever. So thank you, Patty. Enjoy.
Thank you, Steve.
Good evening again, council members. Mark Acuna, Placerville resident. I have my reading glasses and notes for Patty Borelli. I could wing the other two, but not Patty. First of all, before I begin, on behalf of Marion Washburn and John Driscoll, who couldn't be here this evening, I'd like to extend their thanks and well wishes to you, Patty, and success for looking forward to having your Tuesday nights back, and thanking you on their behalf for all your years of service. Gosh, where to begin? I was just scribbling things down here. You have a tremendous list of accomplishments, and I appreciate a previous speaker pointing out the fact that, yes, Carl had his accomplishments, but you are your own individual person, and you have devoted all 16 years to the improvement of this community, large and small. In the classic quote that from Patty to me will always be, Mark, we need to do something. And it was like, okay, well, we better just stop until we figure out what that was. And others have alluded to it, and that was Patty's ability to stop at the right moment and regroup and figure out where do we really need to go. So let's talk about some projects. The Highway 50 Ops project. Patty has been involved in that, and we're not just talking about adding the lanes on through the main part of town, but we're talking about the last 15 years of improvements that Caltrans has made, including the Western Placerville interchange. Patty was either directly involved on the council or on the Transportation Commission. So you can drive up and down Highway 50 and be thankful for Patty's contributions on that. The Highway 50 and the Highway 50, 40, and Highway 49 corner project improvement. There was a sign there, I believe, that said Patty's Corner.
Somebody stole it.
Probably Patty stole it.
So the sign is still at large, and we have an excellent police force. Patty had to pull tooth and nail to get that. If anybody goes that way, you can't get more than a couple of cars on the north side of Highway 50 at Spring Street. Well, that improvement was through years of Patty going back to Caltrans over and over and over. The Spring Street, Highway 50, the Coloma at Spring Street stop sign that suddenly appeared. Patty didn't directly have that one, but she also remembers Caltrans saying, we could never put a stop sign there. Traffic will back up all the way to Coloma. It works perfectly. Again, there's another Burley accomplishment as far as I'm concerned. Old City Hall. She has been the constant in the preservation and safe continuance of those two old buildings. She has been the one council member that I will always appreciate her tenacity to stand up and say, no, I don't think that's the direction we want to go. They need a lot of help, but by God, they're still there, and they move, and they have a chance to have more history, and I thank Patty Borelli for that. Trip to Green. Patty, when I was off the council for a couple of years, and Patty hired me as a non-paid consultant to help her with a couple of Caltrans projects that she had, and she actually brought Trip to Green up in 2015. She had me sit down at down in Canal and 50 and do some traffic counting for her. And we said, no, it would really work. Nobody believed her. But guess what? Caltrans came to town this year, and it worked. And thank God it did. It worked during the Caldor fire, too, because those are important issues, and I think Patty Borelli has a big part to play in that. It's been mentioned earlier for our success at federal funding. We're talking millions of dollars that, while Patty has been on this council, have been brought back to this community thanks to Mr. Church's knowledge and wisdom and our ability to go in the middle of the night for the cheapest airfare possible and stay in sleazy hotels. There are literally facilities throughout this town that serve every citizen every day, and those are thankful to successful federal stories. And we certainly appreciate your tenacity. Measure H, Measure L, you were there no matter what time of day or night because you saw the value that those were going to bring in solving really important issues with our infrastructure and our roads. Gave your time just without thought. And again, today I saw later on today, we're going to get to Mr. Warren's tax report. It's $750,000 that's bringing in. And Patty was always there to be an assistant on that. We've joked about Save the Graves. And Patty has recognized for years, and thanks to Andrew and some very talented artistic folks, that has really taken off. But she has, all the years that I've served with her, recognized that for his town that is so much on a part of his living history, that our cemeteries are really in very, very need of urgent care. And she has never lost sight of that. And not an exciting topic, but certainly one that identifies the respect the community shows for those all that are there in eternity as part of its history. So thank you for always being a part of that. It's been mentioned that you basically started the Fire Safe Council, and the Fire Safe Council has been very successful thanks to this council. And we look forward to more years of that. And it was, again, Patty said, Mark, we have to do something. So thank you for that. Patty has been a part of the moving to new City Hall, hiring a current city manager. She was a part of the, we did the wastewater treatment plant. I love to call it the sewer plant, but she was there during the years where one day the state gave us blessings and then next year the state gave us a red tag. It was her looking for answers and thinking outside the box of how in the world are we going to find the millions of dollars that those projects cost. So thank you very much, Patty, for your years of service. It's been an honor to be a part of it and to hear your constant history and love for this community. One of the cute things I think was somebody had mentioned, maybe it was Supervisor Thomas, that Main Street once had a large number of bars. And I think it was either high school or grade school where the marching band or the dance club.
It was when I was in grammar school. And it was the Hangtown marching band. And I was a majorette.
And they marched through every bar.
We did.
Downtown.
And we went from the back door to the front door on all the bars on Main Street.
17 bars they
celebrating. Went through. So that's when we celebrated the wagon train.
Right, and so there we have a wagon train standard. I'm very proud to have known you and been a part of the Borelli legacy. Thank you, Patty.
Thank you, Mark.
All right. I think we're going to go ahead and close public comments on our departing colleagues here on City Council. And if everyone will bear with us, I know we have a break coming up here soon, but we're going to go ahead and move to item 3.2. Which is acknowledge and file the official final election results from the November 8th, 2022 general election. And Ms. O'Connell has this item.
Good evening, Vice Mayor and Council. Before you on Attachment A is the certificate of the Registrar of Voters results of the official canvass of ballots with the City of Placerville's statement of votes cast for 3 full-term City Council seats, showing the whole number of votes cast for each candidate in the November 8th, 2022
statewide general election. At this time, staff recommends the City Council acknowledge and file the official final election report of the November 8th, 2022 general election dated December 1st, 2022. Thank you.
Thank you, Regina. Any questions? All right, seeing none, I will go ahead and open it up for any public comment. All right, seeing none, I'll go ahead and close public comment, and we will, yes, Councilmember Thomas.
I'll move that.
All right, we have a motion to move.
Second.
Second, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Against? All right, that acknowledgement passes unanimously. Thank you. We'll go ahead and move on to item 3.3, which is adopt a resolution accepting the El Dorado County Register of Voters canvass ballot results for the November 8, 2020 general election. And again, Ms. O'Connell.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Item 3.3 is a resolution of the City Council accepting the certification of the canvass of ballots by the County Registrar of Voters for the November 8th, 2022 general election. It is recommended by staff that the City Council adopt the resolution, resolving that the following individuals are hereby elected to the office of the City Council for a term of 4 years, ending November 2026. Nicole Gottberg, John Clarici, and David Yarbrough. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Regina. Any questions? All right. Seeing none, we'll go ahead and open up to the public for any comments. All right. Seeing none, we'll bring it back to the council for a resolution.
I move that we adopt the resolution.
I'll second that.
All right. We have a first and a second. No further comments. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Burley?
Aye.
Councilmember No?
Aye.
Councilmember Thomas?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Zaragoza?
Aye.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you. All right. We will move now on to the swearing in of our new council members. So the oath of allegiance for public officers as required by Article 20, Section 3 of the California Constitution, and Ms. O'Connell will administer the oaths.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. May I ask the new council members to join me on the stage for your swearing in oath of office? Thank you. All right, will you please raise your right hand and repeat after me? I state your name. Do solemnly affirm that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California against all enemies, foreign and domestic, that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California, that I take this obligation freely without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion, and that I will well and faithfully discharge the duties upon which I'm about to enter. Thank you. Congratulations. Welcome to the city of Placerville.
Yes. We will go ahead and take a 10-minute break while we reconstitute the board here. All right. Got to wield the hammer. All right, that gavel works. Okay. So while I did break after the oath of allegiance, what we didn't do, though, is give an opportunity to our new colleagues to say a few words. So at this point, I want to go ahead and open the floor up to our colleagues who want to make, if you want to make any statements. We'll start. Councilmember Yarborough.
It's going to put me on the spot. I want to thank everybody for sticking around for this. I know it's been taking a little bit of time. Hopefully we can get through this pretty quickly. I look forward to working on this council and helping with the city accomplish hopefully a lot more goals over the next 4 years. Maybe we can get one started and finished in 4 years instead of having to sit back here and hopefully it gets finished 4 years after we're not here. So anyway, I look forward to working with all of you. Thank you.
Thank you. Nicole?
Yeah, I would just want to echo that. Thank you to everyone. I'm, always available for anybody who would like to reach out to me in the public. Please feel free to contact me. I'm looking forward to working with everybody on this council and serving our community.
Thank you. Mr. Clarici.
Thank you. It's a high honor. I'm blessed to be here. I'll try to do my best and not let anybody down. Let's get going.
All right. Thank you, everybody, for the brevity. Well, let's go ahead and move to item 4, which is our closed session report, and City Attorney Ibrahimi.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Saragosa. The council did meet in closed session on 2 items, on real estate negotiations and labor negotiations. There was no public comment before we adjourned to closed session, and we do have a report out of the second item. The City Council has tentatively agreed to allow the labor groups that are identified in item 2 to use their vacation hours in excess of the 320-hour cap towards their IRS 457 deferred compensation catch-up contributions. We will bring this item back in January for formal action.
Thank you very much. We will go ahead and move to item 5, the adoption of the agenda.
I'll move that.
I'll second.
All right, we have a first and a second. Any questions? Roll call, please.
Councilmember Gottberg. Aye. Councilmember Clarici.
Aye.
Councilmember Yarborough.
Aye.
Councilmember No.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Saragosa.
Aye.
Thank you.
All right, the agenda is adopted. So we'll move on to item 6, which are brief comments, and I'll underline brief, on item 6.1 by the City Council. And I will start with Councilmember Gottberg.
I have none tonight.
Thank you. Councilmember Clarici.
None for tonight.
Councilmember No.
I attended the Miners on Main kickoff event and ribbon cutting event that the Chamber did. That's a great little program on Main Street. Everyone should try that out. It's a history scavenger hunt. I attended the Christmas trees on 50. My husband and I help with that one every year, also put on by the Chamber. I went to an El Dorado Transit audit review. Went to Festival of Lights. I'll leave any more comments to you since you were there as well. Went to our public safety meeting we had as a council meeting, Christmas parade. I went to a non-polarized homeless coffee with Braver Angels down in Sacramento to have that discussion and try to work towards solutions, and the Action Highway 50 workshop. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Yarborough.
I have none at this time.
All right. For me, yes, really enjoyed the Festival of Lights, and just want to again thank all the volunteers that came out and helped that day. There was a ton of people, a ton of effort, a lot of effort that went into that to make it happen. And so I just want to thank everybody for that. I've also, just on a side, I've reached out to our new state senator to try to set up a meeting. I want to invite her to our city council meeting so she gets to know us and we get to know her. And then also, I haven't talked to Assemblymember Patterson yet. Joe's a friend, but we'll do the same thing with Joe, and I'll be reaching out to his office as well to see if he comes out and meets us in his new official capacity as well. All right, so with that, we'll move on to the consent calendar, item 7. Oh, yes, I'm sorry. I'm actually skipping over a very important part. Sorry, I got to get back to doing the agendas here. So item 6.2 is our employee service recognition, and Mr. Morris has his report for us this evening.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. The city adopted a program several years ago to recognize our employees for their dedicated service to the city. And this year we have 4 employees that we will recognize, and we do also, just for your information, we provide a gift certificate to those employees that it's that we provide to them that they can actually spend anywhere inside the city of Placerville. So we do provide that to them. So at this time, I am going to invite, well, I will start because one of those employees works directly for me. And Mayor, you can help me hand this out. Dave Warren, who has achieved 20 years of service with the city. I want to thank Dave. Dave is... As some of you know, a couple of years ago now, I made Dave my assistant as well as the director of finance. He has been great to work with and a real supporter of mine, and I appreciate all he does. And really, I tell people this all the time when they ask about a city manager and how you're successful. And I says the number one thing is make sure you have somebody that keeps your numbers straight. And Dave does that for the city. I guarantee you that he is on top of it. And we know where every penny is in the city, so I appreciate that. So, Dave, thank you very much, and congratulations on your service. Next, I will announce this, but then also ask the department head. I'm going to go to our chief, Joe Wren. He has 2 in his department. Only one of them. Yep, Shirley's still here. One is still here. So let's start there with Shirley, Patty, and Joe. If you want to say a little bit about Shirley, and then we'll Shirley, you can come up and we'll present this certificate to you.
Yeah, this is the best part of my job when I get to recognize the commitment and service of our team members. Shirley is truly the person who does it all in the department. If I gave her keys to a cop car, I'm sure she would go answer calls if we asked her to. She keeps our evidence straight, and for a police chief, evidence is a very important aspect of accountability within our organization. She also does stats, property. I know. I'm afraid to list it because she'll ask for a raise after I do. So, Shirley definitely is one of those members of the department that we'll never be able to pay her what she's worth to us. So, congratulations to her recognition.
Okay, and then also from our police department, Commander Dan Maciel, not able to be here tonight, but Joe, if you want to say a couple words about Dan.
Yeah, Dan, I believe this is his 20-year.
Correct, 20 years, I'm sorry, yes.
Yeah, Dan is the support services commander for the police department and an extremely vital advisor to me throughout the day, dealing with all aspects of the police department that most people don't traditionally know about. He's the behind-the-scenes commander that does all of the grants and the reporting to DOJ and all the stuff that can get us in trouble. So I keep him very close, and this recognition is very well deserved. He couldn't make it tonight. He's taking his daughter to a driver's ed meeting. So he wanted me to express his thanks and gratitude to the city.
Right. Thank you. And then number 4, we'll turn it over to our city engineer who supervises our wastewater treatment plant, also 20 years, Russ Fowler, who has worked out there for 20 years. And I think Russ might be one of the first people I met when I came here and going out to the treatment plant. I remember a few nights I spent out there during the flood seasons with that crew. So, Rebecca?
It's my honor this evening to introduce and celebrate a dear member of our city family and engineering department, Mr. Russ Fowler. So Russ serves to our beloved community as our maintenance mechanic at the wastewater treatment plant that is operated by quite a few unsung heroes in our city service. So if you're able to flush your toilet and not worry about it afterwards, thank Public Works and the amazing wastewater treatment facility teams, because they're the ones that make that very necessary function possible for all of us. The guy that can fix anything? That's Russ. What he's able to do on a daily basis is not only a gift, but part of his calling. The public has often heard me praise our staff at the wharf for how they're able to keep our facility so well maintained, often exceeding service life on every piece of equipment we operate. And there's a lot of equipment, and they're all expensive.
Russ is the heart of those maintenance efforts in caring for and preserving our city's highest valued asset, our wastewater treatment plant. Some comments I'd like to share that Russ's family at the plant used to describe Russ. He cares, and we always feel safe. In confined space entries and hard projects, he's dependable. He's always willing to share his knowledge, and that makes him great to work on projects with. He can fix anything. So from his engineering family and from the city as a whole, we thank you for your 20 years of service, Russ. You show up daily with a servant heart and always eager to help from a place of care. Thank you for blessing us with the one non-renewable resource, your time. Thank you for being a part of our family and for your time and care for our community. You're a blessing to us. Thank you.
Just as the mayor's coming up, just want to state this is a real honor to see these employees 15 and 20 years. Honestly, you don't see a lot of those in today's world. It seems like people move around a lot more. So congratulations to all 4 of these employees that have helped us through these many years. Thank you.
Absolutely. Can we give a big round to everybody?
All of them.
Any comments? We'll go. Yes, go ahead.
I mean, that's 75 years of service with just 4 people, and that's just incredible, and we can't say enough and how thankful we are to have you and your commitment to the city. If we had people turning over all the time, it certainly wouldn't run the way it does, and we just really appreciate you and want you to know it. Thank you.
I would also just echo that. I think it's really great and says something for our city that people want to stay for so long. And so it's really wonderful that we have folks staying here and serving our community for as long as they are.
Thank you. Yeah, I don't know if folks really appreciate this. I remember when I was the mayor when we did have the 3rd wettest year on record, just saying. And but the public works crews were just going crazy. I mean, they would be out there. In January and February of that year, we had 35 inches of rainfall on Placerville, which is almost what falls in an entire year. And it did in the course of about 58 days. And there were crews out every day. And it wasn't just public works, because we had to have the police department out there doing their thing, and then folks in the office were doing double duty because everything was stretched thin. So, they handle the day-to-day activities with aplomb and professionalism and esprit de corps. But when you have some crises moments like we had that one year, you really get to appreciate your staff and how they make the city run. If it wasn't for them, we'd just be 5 suits in a room. They make things happen. So congratulations to them. The longevity issues are fantastic. That's a really good sign for the city.
I'll just echo what all my colleagues said. We're still historically down from the Great Recession. 20 plus employees from where we were, so everyone's doing more with less, and they've done it with great dedication to the city. So I want to thank all of you for your years of service to the city, and I will now go ahead and I'll open it up if anyone wants to make public comments. Oh, I'm sorry, David. I apologize.
This is the problem with the dais.
It's okay. I want to echo a few things, too. I come from an industry in construction where if it hadn't been for the gentleman who was doing construction for over 40 years teaching me how to do something like that, we wouldn't have builders or engineers or, workers to do those kind of things. So it just shows great, tremendous respect for the people who find a job and a passion for 20 plus years to do it, and to obviously teach those that are coming into those professions on how to do a good job, and pass on that expertise and loyalty to doing something with a passion. So thank you very much for your service.
Thank you, David. And now we'll open it up for any public comments. All right, seeing none. Again, thank you, everybody. Oh. Trying to be no problem. Thank you, Sue.
Sue Rodman, Placerville resident, and I am grateful for all our staff. because just like has been said, when it's crisis time, they are there. I can see when the water line broke above my house and water was pouring down. It was our city staff who were up there in the rain and the dark with lights digging in the mud to fix it. It wasn't anybody on the city council who was out there in the mud. It was our city staff. Because the people up here wouldn't know how to do it, but they knew how to do it, and they got it done. And I very much appreciate them. So I would like to thank those same 4 people for us.
Thank you, Sue. Any other public comments? All right, seeing none, I'll go ahead and close public comment. Chief, I'll take you up on, taking out that police car if you need someone else to drive one around. Happy to do that. Even better if it's a motorcycle. Absolutely. Okay, so we will go ahead now and move on to the consent calendar. All matters listed under the consent calendar are considered routine and will be enacted by one motion by roll call unless any member of the council wishes to remove an item for discussion. So we'll go ahead. Any comments on the consent? Yes, Mr.
Vice Mayor, if I could, Mr. Warren has one correction on item 7.2, I believe it is, right, Dave? Yeah, 7.2. If you could.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Morris, members of the council. There is one check with a typo. We try very hard to use descriptions that provide, and let me back up, the invoices, sometimes you'll have multiple invoices. You try to come up with the best description, but on check number 90233 to the El Dorado County Chamber of Commerce, it says membership for $19,552. Our actual membership is about $19,000 less than that. So what that is, that's actually our marketing program, and it was during a 3-month period from July to September. So apologize for the miscommunication there.
Understood. Thank you, Dave. Okay, any questions on the consent calendar? All right, seeing none, I'll go ahead and open up the consent for any public comment.
Oh, microphone.
The city making progress, and I can see that in 7.5 and 7.6 and 7.8, where we're getting our construction and working on our as Rebecca puts it, our most valuable asset to make sure that we keep it in good shape. And so I'm glad to see these coming through.
Thank you, Sue.
Good evening. Ryan Carter, Placerville resident. I'd like to speak to item number 7.5. So I read through the 72-page Trip to Green engagement summary that EDCTC put out. In that summary, there are 3 surveys that are listed in there, 2 from the community and 1 from the merchants. Of those 3 surveys, 2 of them have answers in the summary. The one that doesn't is the one I'm most interested in, which is Appendix J from page 50, which is the one that was sent out to the merchants. In that summary, there's no answers, no summaries as far as what the merchants responded to this summary, to this survey. So if I could please get maybe an update or a timeline on when that merchant survey might have some answers. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments on the consent? Rebecca, I know there was a question there on, I know you have an answer on that one.
I do, thank you. We actually sent out the merchant survey on December 8th. We sent it out to a couple of merchant groups, actually, and we also had the opportunity to give them a heads up that the answer requests it closes by the 22nd of this month. But we do have a complete survey, and the reason why it was not included in the engagement summary is because the city wanted to have that direct discussion with the merchants. EDCTC does a phenomenal job in helping us with these projects. The consultant has done a phenomenal job as far as public outreach, but you don't ask somebody to call your brother or sister. You call them. And so that's what we did, and that's why we took it on ourselves to actually reach out to our merchants, is because of the personal relationships that we have with them.
Gotcha. And Rebecca, do we have a timeline on when we have for collating those?
It should be January or February. We have another public workshop coming. It's on January 19th. And that's actually going to be a full-on engagement with the public being able to participate in, interactive polling on options. And we will have the merchants survey summary there available as well.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Sure.
Okay. Seeing no other further public comments, I'll go ahead and close that and bring the consent calendar back.
Does the item that Mr. Warren said require a change, or it won't change the number, it's just the name of it, or otherwise I'll move the consent calendar.
Second.
Yeah, I don't think it requires
Okay.
anything. It's just a correction there,
Okay.
so I think we're fine.
Minor thing. Okay,
Yeah.
then I'll move the consent calendar.
Okay. Did I hear a second from
I
Council?
second it.
Okay. All right. Seeing no further discussion, roll call, please.
Councilmember Clarici?
Aye.
Councilmember Gottberg? Aye. Councilmember No?
Aye.
Councilmember Yarbrough?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Saragosa?
Aye.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you. We'll go ahead and move on to item 8, which is public comment on non-agendized items. This portion of the meeting is reserved for persons wishing to address the council on any matter not on the agenda, and that is within the subject matter of the jurisdiction of the city council. I know I was lax on the 3 minutes on the first half, but we'll go back to enforcing the 3-minute rule here on this. So with that, we'll go ahead and move to item 8.1, which is oral communications.
Leo Bennett Koshan. I unfortunately have to leave shortly because I have the 8 to 11 shift at the Scout Hut. So I'm just so grateful that the city is providing this service in this extremely cold weather, and assuring you they're unhoused, they are not unloved, and they are all loving. We have nothing to fear from these people. Oral communications, switching subjects, is an opportunity, as was expressed, to hear something that's not on the agenda. You're all experienced, I am too, and I know the training, which is, don't engage me. You have a right, under the law, to ask brief clarifying questions if you choose, or give direction to staff. I usually encourage you to do so. This is a difficult subject I will breach, and I will ask you to call me. But I'll stay here for 30 seconds if you have questions. My phone number is 916-307-8525. This is the elephant in the room, the flyer that was so unacceptable. Social media is a very, very difficult thing to deal with, and I don't want to call attention to the nefarious members, in my opinion, in our community that produced that flyer. There are 3 people's pictures on it. There is nothing that indicates that those people approved their pictures, but they're tied together. There's also social media pictures of those candidates celebrating the effectiveness of the flyer per the script. There is nothing that indicates that that script is tied to that picture. That's the problem with social media. You just don't know what the facts are. I encourage this council to try to pursue the facts. So far, what I find is our representative, who I fundamentally disagree with, had nothing to do with it. They just cut and pasted his primary committee, which he controls, and if you read the subscript of that flyer, it states not approved by any candidate, not approved by any committee controlled by a candidate. Well, the number doesn't square. And I've talked to them, and they're very uncomfortable because they're all following Ronald Reagan's rule, the 11th commandment, speak no ill of a fellow Republican. But this is a nonpartisan office. I hope you figure out a way to make this never happen again. Thank you for your time. Seeing no questions, I will leave. Thank you.
Thank you, Leo.
Just a very brief comment. This is Peg Vanderkar from Placerville. Earlier during the celebrations, I heard comments about there's plan to widen Placerville Drive and include walking and biking paths. I just want to push forward my total support for getting Placerville eventually all walkable. I live on streets where you cannot walk safely from my house to downtown. For our children, it meant they couldn't walk around much. I mean, it's really anti-helpful. That's bad language. It's not helpful for the health of our community to have less opportunity to walk around to everything you need to do. If we had walking places amongst all places, we could get a lot more done on foot. And young people and older people could too. So just more sidewalks, more bike lanes. I know it's hard on narrow roads, but that's what I'm promoting. Thanks.
Thank you, Peg.
Good evening, Council. Kathy Lishman. I'd like to congratulate our 3 new council members and share with you a quote that I always found helpful by John Adams. Always vote for principle, though you vote alone, and you will share the sweet reflection that your vote is never lost. I'd like to go on and talk about the fact that the last 4 years have been difficult, and the city has turned the corner. And as was mentioned in the State of the Union address, so many things have happened and have improved, and the city is in much better shape than it was before. The city is serving the public well in all of its departments and infrastructure and public safety, and I think now is the time to look at how you can engage the community more. Hal Conklin, who was the mayor of Santa Barbara, had a quote that I always appreciate. The American city is in search of a new vision. We must restore to our communities a structure that is vital, one that not only cares about its neglected bridges and roads, but one that also cares about its infrastructure of the spirit. And I'm hoping in the future that the city, since so many things are going well, can find a way to engage the public in more meaningful ways. There's a lot of people in the audience tonight. Normally that's not the case. Helping create a vision for the future above and beyond what the city is already capable of doing, and involving the public in that way, and finding ways to beautify and maintain the city more than is being done right now. So I would encourage you to find a way to reach the public and involve the public in an excited way in joining together with the city to create a great future. Thanks.
Thank you, Kathy.
Sue Rodman, Placerville resident and voter. What is the meaning of nonpartisan? Webster's definition reads, not controlled or influenced by or supporting any single political party. Our election ballots support this concept and state that some elected positions are nonpartisan, including city council positions. There is no political party designation with those candidate names on the ballot, because they are not supposed to be supported or influenced by any political party. Those positions are specifically identified as nonpartisan. The flyers mailed to many of us from the County Republican Party supporting specific city council candidates and against only one candidate, if not illegal, were certainly unethical. If I had been any of those candidates, I would have immediately withdrawn from the 2022 City Council election. For those who did not, we can all wonder who you really report to and care about. Probably not Placerville's residents. Most egregious of all was Congressman McClintock sending a mailer against the only sitting city council member running for re-election. And he did take credit for it when the Mountain Democrat called. Because the city did not, why did he do this? Because the city did not support McClintock's effort to rename the Placerville Post Office. I think this is an extreme example of partisan pettiness and misuse of political power. I am outraged that our hometown city council election became a victim of political maneuvering.
Thank you, Sue.
Just really brief, Ruth Michelson. I think we all agree that was a terrible flyer, mailer. But in fairness, I don't think the three candidates knew it was coming out. I think they were pawns in a scheme, and I don't really want to start this session with blaming anyone for that. It was unfortunate, and I agree this is a nonpartisan position, and it's just a sign of the times, how polarized we've come and how politicized everything has become. And I've never seen this council behave in a partisan way. I've never seen a division between the different parties, and I think we can proceed in that manner. Thank you.
Thank you, Ruth.
Good evening again, Kirk Smith. I wanted to talk about the Chamber of Commerce and the money that's spent on promoting business in the city. And first, I guess to explain that of all the people I've known in management, I've never known anybody who was more effective at balancing balls in the air and doing so with great grace and efficiency as our city manager. Likewise, all of you are exceptionally competent, and I don't know how you go through a book that's 3 inches thick in a matter of days with all the other things you have to do. However, I wanted to respectfully suggest that I'm not sure there was much oversight demonstrated when you had the chamber in this last time. For example, you had 2 items that were suggested in the very beginning that were of great value to you, and that even if you didn't continue the contract, they would be of value to you, and if you did keep them in board, they'd be able to update them for you. So the first one was a media contact list, and I was told that Cleve had it, so I got it promptly. And it's a long list that looks like a media dump from a data dump from what would be from the Chamber of Commerce that's used to circulate this massive and a wonderful book, a resource book for people in the media business it's done by the film production people. But it's worthless. That long list is just a list of email addresses and names, but not who they're with. And almost all of them are people who you would never dream of using to circulate announcements about things you do. I've used them professionally for various times 50 years ago, and I gave a copy to the city of what I use. You can have it for free. You don't need to update it. Second, you were told that you had this wonderful archive of great photographs that were done at various businesses in town. That's great, makes sense. There's wonderful photographs I've told it was taken of properties I own. I never saw them. I haven't seen them. None of the properties I rent to, the businesses I rent to, have seen them. I went to a Main Street. I can't find anybody who knows anything about it. So when I called the staff this afternoon, or I guess it was yesterday afternoon, to find out where is this media archive, because I was told it's on the Chamber's website. No, they said it's on some kind of box, a media box that you have to withdraw, and was advised to see Cleve. Do you really think people in business are going to go do that? No. So I could go on and on and on and tell you where I believe there was shortcomings. And again, I think the Chamber is good people. They're honest. They're competent. My concern is I didn't see the oversight done by this body. So the suggestion in an effort to try to be constructive is that you formulate a committee, a couple council members who would be responsible for oversight and set some kind of design. Afterwards, Laurel Brentbaum pointed out to me that my comments about it not being focused was correct, but it's what the council had asked for, because understandably you were trying to resolve a situation where the economy was in a mess. But we're past that, and yet you're using the same module, the same program to do that. So I'm going to suggest that you come back and revisit it, because it didn't get examined closely. If I had 30 minutes, trust me, you'd have a very long explanation about the defects in the oversight that was not provided this last time. Thank you.
Thank you, Kirk. All right. Seeing no one else, I will go ahead and close public comment on item 8.1. Regina, did we have any written communication?
No, Mr. Vice Mayor, we did not have any for non-agenda items. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we'll go ahead and move on to, we don't have any items pulled or ordinances or public hearings this evening, so we'll go ahead and move on to our discussion items on item 12.1, which is adopt a resolution ratifying a MOU between the City of Placerville and Housing El Dorado for use of Scout Hall as a temporary inclement weather overnight warming center. And Mr. Morris has this report for us.
Thank you, Vice Mayor and Council. I'll go through this quickly and then answer any questions you may have. During the winter storms of December 2021, I elected to open a nightly warming shelter for some of the most vulnerable of our homeless population. And we used 525 Main Street for that purpose at that time. And they used that 3 days, or 3 nights, I should say, a week. During that time, I entered into an MOU with Housing El Dorado due to the timing of getting it going during the inclement weather, and later came back to the council to have you ratify that contract last year. Recently, as you know, El Dorado County opened approved plans to open a navigation center near the county offices in what was formerly the juvenile hall. That facility is on track to be opened around January 15th. My most recent discussions with the El Dorado County staff is that it is still on track to be opened around that time. We'll provide both housing and services to our homeless population. Work is currently underway to provide the necessary improvements and for the center, and Volunteers of America is currently recruiting employees to staff the facility. So it is our anticipation that that will be up by January 15th, at the latest by the end of January, if something happens that it gets extended, that they can't get it open quite on time. So for this winter, I was approached by Housing El Dorado and the Upper Room regarding the potential to open an inclement weather warming center. And we looked at several options. We reviewed the current building that they used last year, 525 Main Street. However, that building at the time we did this was anticipated to be open for Arts and Culture El Dorado. As you know, we've been discussing issues and ways to move them from where they were in Old City Hall, which was closed, and move them into that facility. So those discussions have been going on. Some improvements that have been done to make that available. That hasn't happened yet. However, at that time we anticipated that it was going to. We also looked at the potential to use this building as that inclement warming center. There's some complications with that because they hope they know well in advance when that inclement weather is going to be, but as you know, that can change on a daily basis. And so it was not known, what days and times that they may need to use it. So that presented a problem with classes and et cetera that we hold in this building that potentially would require canceling those classes, giving late notice for the cancellation of those classes, and we didn't feel that was appropriate. We then went and looked at it, was suggested, and I think the first suggestion maybe actually came from Councilmember No, to consider that. We looked at it, looked at options, and could that work? I reviewed the building with Housing El Dorado and the upper room. We looked at it, and we all felt that that was a feasible alternative that could work in this short term as an inclement weather.
And Cleve, you should also, I mean, there was probably months spent trying to get Department of General Services and the military department to try to contact us back to use the armory as a potential site as well. So that conversation had been going on for quite a while, and we did have some response, and then no response, and then some response. I tried the governor's office, didn't get a response, and so while that would have probably served as another good location, that was another option that ultimately didn't work out.
True. Yes, we did. So we did try to explore many options that could potentially have served this. There was some cost involved with that one if we would have been able to get to it, so that was another factor that needed to be looked at. But in the end, you're correct. They did contact me at one point and said, here's the standards, here's what you need to do. I turned around and replied back to them, and that's probably been over a month ago now, and I still have not heard back a second time. No return phone calls, no return emails, et cetera. So for that reason, that didn't work out. We began to pursue Scout Hall, which, as you know, is located in Benham Park. I want to address some of the concerns that we've heard since this started. One of those was regarding the fact that it is in a park. It is located right adjacent to a tot lot. And I want to assure you that those concerns were looked at, and it was a concern of all of ours as we determined, does this really fit and could this work? In the end, in looking at, we evaluated, we're looking at it at night. Our park's closed at, I think it's an hour after dusk and an hour before dawn. Between those hours, our parks are closed. This goes a little bit beyond that, and then number two, it only happens in inclement weather. It has to be cold and rainy, basically, for them to open the facility. And from my view, we very rarely have people going to our parks when it's cold and rainy. I know I don't like to go during that time. So given those factors, and then the third thing, as I mentioned earlier, is the fact that it's short term. We hope by January 15th, if the latest January 31st, that it will be the new navigation center would be open and this facility would be closed down at that time. So with that review and looking at those issues, I entered into an MOU similar to what we did last year with Housing El Dorado. And that MOU is attached to your staff report that you have tonight. They're pretty strict conditions that they have. Similar to what they did last year. The COVID testing is a little bit different, but if anyone displays any type of symptoms, they are reviewed and tested, and if necessary, they are not allowed to go to the shelter. I will say that they do make other arrangements to help those people. They don't just put them out on the street. So there are other arrangements that are made if that is the case. Separate sleeping quarters for men and women. We do have it divided off in there in a way that can be separated. They're not allowed in the facility if they're under the influence of drugs or alcohol and exhibiting concerns in that area. I'm not going to read through all of these. Hopefully you've had a chance to look at those. They're not allowed to have any drug paraphernalia that they bring in. They're searched thoroughly. I actually participated in the shelter several times last year when they were doing it at the churches, and participated in those searches. They were very thorough, and they made sure that they did not bring anything that was any weapons or drug paraphernalia that should not be in there. They are asked, the clients that come there are asked to help with cleaning and the facility each morning, and there is always on-site managers throughout the night that are there, at least 2 there to help. The other things that we put in place, no one is allowed to walk up to the facility and go in. and no one is allowed to walk away from the facility. They are bused to the facility, supervised as they come in, and they're bused away from the facility, supervised as they leave. I will note that there is one caveat that I did observe a few times last year, and I believe they have available this year. There are some of these people who do actually perhaps have a job that may be after the hours of when we have them come to get in the facility. And in that case, we have, on occasion, allowed someone to drive to the facility. They're registered ahead of time. We know they're coming, but they drive to the facility afterwards, park their car there, and are allowed to enter the facility. But that's a rare occasion, but it did happen a few times last year. I don't know if it has this year or not, but it did happen on a few occasions last year that I observed. Again, they're not allowed to loiter outside around the building. They are generally inside the building. They do allow for a smoking break once every hour up till, I think, 10 or 11 o'clock, 10 o'clock. And they are supervised. They're allowed to go out just in the front of the building. They're supervised, and it's made clear that any trash, cigarette butts, et cetera, need to be thoroughly cleaned up afterwards. So that is monitored by the staff that are there. Again, it's supervised at all times by two responsible persons. Their conditions for opening the center are dry weather and 35 degrees or lower, or wet weather and 45 degrees or lower. Those are the trigger points when they decide to open the facility. With that, I think there's no cost to the city other than we did have to do a little bit of electrical work to get the building up to where it was an interesting scenario, but that needed to be done regardless of whether we did this. So I would view it as possibly a little bit of a safety issue because of the way the wiring, some wiring that happened, some things that had happened on the PG&E side. It wasn't our building, but it was PG&E Power Company, and there were some problems with that. We were able to get corrected, and I will also state that the furnace does not work in this facility. They are using portable heaters to heat the facility, and that was approved by the fire district as we had them review the facility and make sure everything was safe that was going on in there. This is not the best facility, I will admit. It's not real desirable. There have been leaks in there, and I believe there is still one leak that we're dealing with right now, trying to correct. It's not in the main room where they are sleeping, so we're surviving it, but we are trying to get work on that piece too. All the costs for running it are being absorbed by Housing El Dorado and the upper room. The one cost that we look at a little bit is for utilities. But those are minimal over what we would have had anyway for the few times that they are using it. So with that, I know there are representatives from Housing El Dorado and the upper room here tonight. If you have questions that they can answer that I have not been able to, they're here to answer those. And I'll turn it back over to you, Mayor, for any questions.
Okay, thank you, Cleve, for the very thorough report on this one. I appreciate it. Any questions, colleagues, for staff? Yes.
Yeah, so you mentioned that you're doing it dusk to dawn. Okay, so what time are they being bussed away in the morning? Because sunrise is pretty early.
Yeah, let me correct that.
Okay.
The agreement states that they are can be there from 5 o'clock to 9 o'clock in the morning. So dusk to dawn is when the park is closed. That's not what the agreement says. So it's 5 o'clock to 9 o'clock. Let me just jump in quickly. The reason we did that at their request was when it's inclement weather, and those from the upper room can correct me if I'm wrong, but it's my understanding they try to open the upper room at 9 o'clock. So the idea was that when they leave this facility, they're taken to another facility, the upper room, if they want to go there. They have a couple other choices where they can go, that they have still a place to stay out of the inclement weather. So that's why the hour of 9 o'clock was chosen at that time when we started it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Yes.
I don't really have any questions, but I have a comment, and that is, if this thing is run as it was last year, then there won't be a problem, because I did not actually know that they were using the old annex for this purpose last year. And I was having lunch with Councilmember Thomas, and he goes, and then I saw I'd seen something either in the newspaper or in one of the agendas. I got an agenda and I saw something about it, and I said, "Are they using that?" And he goes, "Oh yeah, they've been doing it for like 3 or 4 weeks." And I went, "You're kidding," because I had no idea. And there had been events, so there had actually been in and out of the building. And I go by there in the mornings and, in the evening, at the times, and I was surprised. I was flabbergasted. I said, well, if you didn't know they were in there, you wouldn't have known they were in there because it was pretty stealthy. So there's no reason to believe, at least in my opinion, no reason to believe that they won't pull the same thing off over at the Scout Hall.
One of the key factors, just to mention, I asked Chief Wren before I went into this, and it's my understanding there were no calls for service to 525 Main Street last year for our police department. I believe they did stop by once in a while just to check in on them. But
I did
there were
2
no
drop-ins.
calls.
Yeah.
What's that?
I did 2 drop-ins just to make sure,
okay.
and it was there was absolutely no issue that I saw.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments or questions right now? All right, we'll go ahead and open it up for public comment.
Mr. Vice Mayor, I would just like to mention that the city did receive one item of written communication for this item, copies of which are on the back table if anybody's interested.
Thank you, Regina.
Good evening, Jennifer Mauzes. Thank you all for addressing this important subject. First, I want to thank Cleve personally and on behalf of the organization, the Upper Room Dining Hall, for the work that you have put into this really important issue. I have been at the Upper Room where Cleve has visited for the purpose of trying to work this out. I've been at the shelter on the first night, and Cleve was there before it opened to make sure that it was safe, to make sure for both the guests and safe for the community. It's important to how we treat the least among us, and I think the City Council has an opportunity to move the city forward in ways that we have not done before. And I applaud the City Council, well, I applaud the county, but also the City Council for working cooperatively on a very difficult subject. This is so sorely needed, and I have worked many nights at the Upper Room where I have to say goodbye to somebody so that they go into freezing temperatures, rain, sleet, and it's a very difficult thing to do. And it is humane and it is right to house people in those really terrible conditions. I think the city is striking a great balance between taking care of the needs of those who need it most and also protecting the community that they are sworn to protect. So I thank Cleve and I thank all of you for addressing this important subject, and I encourage you to adopt it. Thank you.
Thank you for the comments.
Peg Vanderkar, Secretary, Housing El Dorado. I could echo what Jennifer said, and my appreciation also for the city for taking steps last year. It was phenomenal to be able to use that building, and I'm glad that nobody noticed it if they weren't told about it. I think that's true this year also. I've worked several shifts at the shelter this year, and from the outside, you can't tell there's anything going on there unless you happen to see for 10 minutes on the hour a couple of people outside smoking just outside the door with supervision. So I urge you to approve the MOU. We've been sheltering since December 1, and it's going smoothly. And just again, many thanks. We have here our program director, who I would like to be able to invite to speak a little bit to it also. Thank you.
Thank you, Peg.
Hello. My name is Nicole Payne. I am I'm a lot of things for Housing El Dorado, and I'm running the shelter this year. And so far, we're seeing between 11 and 15 guests, primarily male. We haven't had any issues. We haven't had any need to call the police. I think we've had one hospital visit for a guest who would have ended up in the hospital that night anyway, probably sooner without shelter. And we've been able to house a couple of people, as Cleve said, that were ill and were not able to make use of a congregate shelter. shelter. We're making use of the VOA contract. We've partnered with them as well. So they're actually waiting out the storms in a motel while they're under the weather. I'm more than happy to answer any questions that you guys may have, but as you've seen, the shelter runs really smoothly. The operation is very, very quiet. We try not to make any waves in our community, and we try to leave the space better than when we found it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You know, we do have that leak, so.
Once again, Ruth Michelson. So I've lived here 38 years, since I was a young woman. And in the 90s, I worked for the county. And that was back in the day of Jack Sweeney, et cetera. And, back then, with no embarrassment whatsoever, the supervisor's opinion was that housing the homeless was none of their concern. I would say it's not ours, and it's for the churches to do. And, we've used the churches for many, many years, and the congregants have aged. It's a very difficult thing to stay up throughout the night and to watch over, make sure everything goes smoothly. And so, last year when only, I can't remember how many churches came forward, and Cleve offered to pick up those other evenings that weren't covered. I mean, what a gracious and phenomenal thing to do. And I know that it wasn't popular with some people, but Cleve, you're a good person. Really a good person with a warm heart to stick your neck out, and those that you worked with as well. And then for this year, because we have come January, this the juvenile hall renovation, temporary until the sheriff's old site is being built, there was this gap of nothing in the fall. Well, cold weather doesn't stop. Rain doesn't stop. Freezing temperatures doesn't stop. Wind doesn't stop. And yet we have these people living in the elements. And so I so appreciate, once again, that this plan came forward, and I'm in full support. And there's a lot of fear-mongering that goes on in social media, a lot of negativity about the location, and it's just unfounded as far as these supposed dangers of these, for the young children at the playground. I mean, they're not going to overlap. So anyhow, I'm in total support, and thank you.
Thank you, Ruth.
Cheryl Trainer. I'm not quite as tall as Ruth, so I thank you. Welcome new members of the City Council. And I happen to live just outside of the city also, but I can ride my bike into the city, so I feel like I'm here quite often. I'm a volunteer at the shelter. I've lived in this county for 32 years, and I am so excited from last year when there was 5 nights of a shelter and that the city supported that effort. And I am hoping again that will be the case this year. I've been there for the 8 p.m. to 11 p.m. shift, and I feel like every once in a while I see a police car go by. I feel like it's been a safe place for people to come. And I don't know, I have my own grandchildren. I would probably not bring them to Benham Park between 8 and 9 in the morning when it's in the 30s or it's raining, or as in last Sunday, it was snowing. So I very much appreciate any support you can give for this MOU.
Thank you.
Don Vanderkar, Placerville resident, and also a volunteer with the homeless people. And I think you can see we have professional staff who know what they're doing. We have volunteers who've been working with the homeless here for a long, long time, through Hangtown Haven, through the New Medic Shelter. So this, I think, we present. Well, actually, I should say I'm on the board of directors of Housing El Dorado as well. But anyhow, just to comment, we know pretty much what we're doing. We're doing the best we can, and there is a severe need to take care of these people. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi there. My name is Colleen Ivasis. I'm a resident of Placerville and a descendant of the pioneers from 1849. And I think we probably know that the pioneers came out here, they were homeless. And a lot of the folks that are currently unhoused are also descendants of the pioneers. And there's veterans, and it's cold, and it's very difficult to navigate any system out here. In El Dorado County, it's very difficult. We get calls all the time from folks that are, like I said, are veterans, and they're trying to work with the VA and to get to social services and et cetera. It's really, really challenging. And one challenge they shouldn't have to face is to freeze to death. And they will die. People die out there. So I do really hope that everybody out here understands that and has the kindness and understanding in their hearts to know that. And I'm also a volunteer, and I'll continue to do that. And I hope that everybody understands the need and supports it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sue Rodman, Placerville resident, and I'm right in the neighborhood of Benham Park. And I am so glad to see us doing this. I think that's the best use that can be made of Scout Hall is to help people when it's nasty weather out there. I think maybe we should loosen up a little bit on those the temperatures, because making it down to 35 degrees in good weather, 35 degrees even in clear weather without a wind is still hypothermia. And 45 degrees is very much hypothermia if it's raining and snowing and windy. So I would give it an extra 5 degrees, go up to 40 degrees when it's clear, and go up to 45 or 50 degrees when it's raining and snowing, because when it's raining and 50 degrees, you're still at risk for hypothermia. So, but I applaud you for doing this. This is the best thing that can be done with Scout Hall in the winter, as far as I'm concerned. I went to Scout Hall for training for my puppies in the summertime, and so it's a facility that can be used, and let's use it, especially to help people who have no other resource. It's tough to be. I've backpacked in the snow and the rain before, and it is miserable. Even if you, and one of the jokes I've heard is backpacking is when you spend a lot of money to live like a homeless person. And that's just about true. I've been snowed on in Montana and Wyoming and California. If you try to push the season and get out there on Memorial Day, or you try to push it and get out there on Labor Day, in some of the high country, that is your fate. You can wake up with your tent going like this with snow on it and don't even want to get out. But you got to do it. So, and to be homeless and have to face that every single day for months on end is really inhumane. And so I'm so glad that we are going to do this year. I'll be glad when the official center gets opened down there in what used to be the juvenile hall. But until that happens, we've got some nasty weather right now. It's cold out there tonight, so I hope that Scout Hall is in use today.
It is.
Good.
Thank you, Sue.
Good evening, Ryan Carter. I want to preface my comments here tonight first by saying that this is a very emotional and contentious subject. Obviously, people on both sides of this have very strong opinions, and I just want to make it clear nobody in this room, myself included, hates homeless people. Nobody here, and myself included, thinks that homeless people are crooks or criminals or drug addicts, although some of them may be, because some of us on the outside of homelessness are also crooks and criminals and drug addicts, right? I understand that. So I want to come at it from that perspective. I'm reasonable, but I do have some concerns that I was hoping I could address with you guys. The first is regarding the zoning. According to city code, this shelter is not allowed in this location. It has to be within the highway commercial zone. You solved that problem through a special temporary use permit, justifying it by saying the use is required for proper functioning of the community and that the use will be conducted so that it will not be detrimental in any way to the surrounding properties or to the community. My second concern, this is the handbook from Pathways, I believe it's called, Pathways Inclement Weather Lodging Program. A1, right off the bat, this program operates on housing first principles. My issue with the shelter is not the shelter itself, not necessarily its location, although I'm not sure that breaking the zoning was justified. My problem lies with housing first principles. I believe that housing first principles are what led to the drug overdose death of my brother, homeless in this county last year. I don't believe that this approach adequately addresses the homeless issue, and mainly because of the low barrier to entry. The philosophy is the individuals are not required to demonstrate they're ready for housing. Housing is not conditional on sobriety or abstinence from drugs and alcohol. My third issue I have is from page 7, item number 821. It states on here that alcohol and drugs will not be confiscated unless they are brought into the area after check-in. So if they bring alcohol and illicit drugs to the shelter, we have to store them and then give them back to them in the morning. My question is, Chief Wren, is that legal? Are we allowed to store illicit drugs in a city-owned storage facility and then give them back an illegal substance to them in the morning? According to this handbook, that's what we're going to be doing. And lastly, number 825, all personal belongings that are not picked up at the time of the program location closure will be discarded. To my understanding, that's also not legal. Personal property, there are laws that even abandoned personal property, I don't believe that you can dispose of it without holding on to it for a certain amount of time, and has that been addressed? So real quickly, my question about capacity was somewhat answered by Nicole. 11 to 15 people generally. What is the actual capacity of the shelter, and how many nights has it been utilized since it started? Cleve, how do you justify those two items in the special permit? Like, how did you clear those hurdles? Because I don't see this clearing those hurdles. Chief Wren, is it legal to store narcotics and give them back to somebody in the morning when we know what they are? The property issue, and then how are we addressing the use of Housing First grant money and still trying to abide by the rules and regulations you guys set forth here, which seems to go against those Housing First principles. So I know it's a lot. I apologize for that, but those are my concerns, and I would love to talk with anybody about those concerns that wants to have a reasonable conversation. So thank you.
Thank you.
Kirk Smith. I support the program, and I support the work that Cleve Morris did. I think was appropriately pursued. I agree with John Carici when he described how last year you go by the warming facility downtown.
Kirk, can you move the microphone a little bit closer to you?
Okay, and I'll speak louder too. So what we discovered last year is there was no problem. I mean, I passed it many times and didn't see anything. I come down from Sacramento Hill often, and I sometimes, as I did tonight, come by that warming facility. I have never seen any indications that anybody's even in there other than the lights were on tonight. So it's not the problem that we often fear. I applaud you for doing it. I think what often happens is we forget that anybody can be homeless, as we saw tragically with the Caldor fire. And I appreciate the other speaker because I know how difficult it can be and uncomfortable to represent a dissenting view in this room, as I have often done over the years. But I accept that it's done in good faith. These are good faith questions that are raised. And it's important to be diligent in probably addressing those things. Because, for example, there was an article recently about the navigation center not allowing people to have drugs on the premises, but on the other hand, there's a state law that says they can. Well, you're a drug addict if you use methadone, and you don't want to kick that person with methadone out because then you're cutting your nose off to spite your face. So there's not a conflict there. I think that a greater effort needs to be done to dissuade those people. It's social media, gosh, we got folks like Elon Musk that proves you can be super rich and super ignorant, you know. I mean, so he twitters away credibility all the time. So I'm not going to get too alarmed about what's out there on social media being wrong, but I do think we have a diligent effort to try to correct it and explain that those people who are associated with crime and drugs only represent a small portion of it, of what we describe as the homeless. So you got my vote. Good night.
Thank you, Kirk. Okay, any other public comments on this issue? Okay, I'm going to go ahead and close public comment and bring it back to the council. Cleve, I know we had a couple of questions in there, some clarifications. I don't know if you want to make comments on any of this.
Sure, I can comment on a few of those. One of those at the end was the number of nights they've been open. I don't know exactly the number of nights. Nicole, can you help me with that? I know they had about 6 nights in the beginning and 11 nights so far, yeah, including tonight. Thank you. I know they did a lot of analysis on what they thought it would be, and they anticipated total for the 2 months about 17 days. Now, we may exceed that the way we're going, it looks like, because you never know what the weather's going to be. But based on looking at some past history, they thought it might be about 17 days. I think it's going to be more than that unless we get a change, and I hope we don't. I hope we have more rain. So some of the questions here, let me first address the zoning issue. We faced this also last year, and I worked with our Director of Development Services, Pierre Voss, as well as our City Attorney, and that's what we felt we were justified in doing through the temporary use permit and making the 2 findings that are listed in your staff report. Again, this is temporary, and I want to say very temporary. It's only through hopefully the 15th of January, but maybe the end of January, depending on what happens with the county. And if there's further questions you have regarding the zoning, our city attorney is prepared to give you more answers on that too. Regarding the Housing First principles, yes, that is in their guidelines. I struggle a little bit with saying that what we're providing meets a Housing First principle. I mean, I guess it does. We're getting them off the street, but only on a very, very temporary basis. And again, I want to emphasize this is more of an inclement weather warming center than it is trying to, house somebody to get them off the street. So I think that's an answer to that one. The alcohol and drug thing, Chief Wren, I'll leave that one for you to answer. I know a lot of the things from my experience when I worked in the shelter, we don't even see what they have because they have in their bags, and they're only allowed to take very personal items with them into the shelter. The other stuff remains in their bags, and we don't even see what's in it. It's set to the side, marked with their name on it. They leave it there, and they pick it up in the morning when they leave. But Chief Wren, do you have something to add to that?
Yes. If there's an issue of an open container of alcohol, it is a violation of our city ordinance, and the police department has a zero tolerance policy for that. So we will take action if we're made aware of it. And again, same with drugs. If you're in possession of drugs, that's a violation of state law, and you'll be held accountable. Most of those offenses are misdemeanors, which would equate to confiscation of the evidence and issuance of a citation.
Okay. Thank you. In terms of discarding personal property, you're absolutely correct there, and I believe that we would work closely with Housing El Dorado on that. If there is something that's left, my experience, I haven't seen things that are left, but I suppose it could happen. But yes, we are required to keep those. I think it's for 72 hours.
If it's turned in as found property,
Yeah.
I believe it's 90 days.
90 days.
Not 90 or 180. I'd have to check the policy.
Okay. All right. So yes, but we would follow that absolutely. I think that was most of the questions. Were there others that I missed that you're thinking of?
Not that I recall. I was going to invite Nicole back up if she wanted to make a couple of more comments as well, just to give a little bit more clarification on the program.
In regards to the storage, we've never actually had the issue tested. We don't have a situation where guests leave without their belongings. So it's never been an issue. And same with controlled substances. The only controlled substances that we come in contact with are their prescription meds, which obviously they're allowed to keep with them for medical reasons. So we don't know that there are illicit substances in anybody's backpack, so to speak. If they want to store it, then that's sort of their choice to do. And we do not search the items that they store, but we very heavily search the person and the items that they're bringing with them into shelter for safety purposes. Were there any other questions that came up from the council that I can answer?
Any questions?
All right, perfect. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Nicole. Appreciate that. Good, Cleve? Okay. Okay, then we'll go. We brought it back to council. Any further discussion on this item?
Yeah, Cleve. So you mentioned Pathways Project and, of course, Housing First Principles. Are we crisscrossing two different items here?
So the Pathways Project is what they call this effort that Housing El Dorado is doing. It's called the Pathways Project. One of the principles that they use is the Housing First model that they believe in. So that's kind of the explanation. If you look at the attachment to this document, you'll see that it's called the Pathways Project.
Yeah, I've read through the Pathways Project. My concern with this is just if we're crisscrossing between a project that isn't basically state mandated and a state mandated project and their rules and principles, are we leaving ourselves open for some issues?
I don't believe so.
Right. I'd like to answer a couple of things that have come up. So just as a reminder, this agreement is between the city and Housing El Dorado. So we are not entering into a contract with any of the homeless individuals, right? We have no right to search their belongings. They're protected by the Fourth Amendment, so we wouldn't do that. If there is an open violation of the law, certainly the police department can effectuate enforcement of that as they could with any other individual. With respect to the use of this particular area, we not only have the findings for the special event permit, but I do also want to say that Chapter 6-19-4 of the Placerville Municipal Code contemplates the use of facilities, public property, when we do not have emergency shelters. Specifically, and I'll read a line from there, it says, "It shall not be a violation of this chapter to camp in city-owned open space when there is no overnight shelter available." So this is the compromise. And then finally, again, with the disposal of property, again, because we're not in direct contract with the homeless individuals, Housing El Dorado is taking responsibility for the disposal of any potential personal effects.
Perfect. Thank you.
All right. Thank you for that, Mona. Any other questions or comments?
Sure. I'll just make a quick comment. I just think this is a very important program for our community. I'm very supportive of it. I think, people need shelter in inclement weather. I think a program like this that has safeguards in place, that has staffing, is much better than the alternative of folks seeking out shelter on their own, which may be more impactful to the community. So I think I'm very supportive of it. I think it's something that we really need to do. I also think the hours are important so that when it is really inclement weather, folks can go direct to the upper room from this location and not have an hour or two out in the cold getting hypothermia and landing in Marshall Medical Center. So,
thank you. Then you want to entertain a motion?
I would make a motion to adopt the resolution as in our packet.
All right.
If that works.
That works, Nicole. So,
Second.
Thank you. All right, we have a first and a second. Any further discussion? All right, seeing none, roll call, please, Ms. O'Connell.
Councilmember Clarici?
Aye.
Councilmember Gottberg?
Aye.
Councilmember No?
Aye.
Councilmember Yarbrough?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Zaragoza?
Aye.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, everybody. Appreciate that. We'll move on to item 12.2. And that's... Yes, yeah. Actually, I'll give it a second here. Just thank you, everybody.
Everybody's here not for housing.
Exactly.
Imagine that.
Sue Rodman will stay.
Yeah.
Sue Rodman will stay.
We're back to our usual crowd.
It's been 4 years, but I had something Sue Rodman is always.
All right, we'll go ahead and start item 12.2, and that's to adopt a resolution adopting the addendum to the 2013-2021 Housing Element Negative Declaration, adopt the amended 2021-2029 Housing Element to the general plan, and 3, we're directing staff to transmit the adopted resolution and amended housing element to the California State Department of Housing and Community Development, HCD, for review and certification. And Mr. Rivas has this for us tonight, and I know he's very happy to get to this point. Thank you, Pierre.
Thank you very much, Vice Mayor, members of the council. Let me just start with a brief background. A housing element is one of 7 mandatory elements per state law of the City of Placerville General Plan. The purpose of a housing element is to identify and analyze existing and projected housing needs in an effort to preserve, improve, and develop housing for all economic segments of the community in accordance with state housing element law, which is Article 10.6 of the Government Code. A housing element is the only general plan element for which state certification is required. The review and certification is performed by the State Department of Housing and Community Development following adoption of the housing element by the city. A certified housing element may allow the city to be eligible for future state funding in areas of community development and affordable housing projects. The current housing element update is Cycle 6, and this is for the 2021-2029 planning period that began in February of 2020. The staff administrative draft was first sent to HCD on May 14th of 2021 for review and comment. Comments were received from HCD on July 13th of 2021. Due to recent changes to housing element law under Assembly Bill 1686 in 2018, beginning on January 1st of 2019, all housing elements must include a program that promotes and affirmatively furthers fair housing opportunities throughout the community for all persons, regardless of race, color, religion, sex, gender, gender identity, gender expression, sexual orientation, marital status, national origin, ancestry, familial status, source of income, disability, veteran or military status, or genetic information protected by the California Fair Employment and Housing Act. And the reason why I read that slowly and emphasize that is because I would say a good portion of the amendments that were made while we're before you were to clarify those items that HCD felt that the city fell short on actually meeting the full intent of the state law. So in addition to all housing elements due on or after January 1st of 2021, it must include an assessment of fair housing consistent with the core elements of the analysis required by the federal affirmative further fair housing, or AFFH, final rule of July 16th of 2015. To comply with the requirements under AB 686, the city utilized a non-competitive planning grant funding that was administered by SACOG, that's the Sacramento Area Council of Governments, for the consultation, for the consulting services of BAE Urban Economics to prepare a fair housing assessment and related housing program for the 2021-2029 housing element update. Staff then prepared a revised draft that included a fair housing assessment, and that's contained as Appendix B of the housing element for review and consideration by the Planning Commission. The draft housing element was considered by the Planning Commission on August 19th of 2021, and the Planning Commission at that time forwarded a recommendation to the City Council for adoption. The City Council then adopted the housing element on August 31st of 2021. Following that, then the city staff submitted it to Housing and Community Development for certification on September 2nd of 2021. HCD responded with a comment letter that's dated December 1st of 2021, and that's attachment 2 of your staff report, which stated that additional revisions were needed to ensure compliance with state law. So those are, even after we had consulting services that were paid for through SACOG, HCD felt that we were still falling short of the required state law. So following staff's review of HCD's letter of December 1st of 2021, the city asked the Sacramento Area Council of Governments for assistance in responding to HCD and bringing the housing element into compliance. SACOG was able to repurpose what's called REAP, or Regional Early Action Planning Funds, that were available to provide direct assistance to non-compliant jurisdictions. And it was interesting because there were a large number of jurisdictions that are a member of SACOG that at this time didn't comply. SACOG's consultant then is Ascent Environmental, assisted with the effort, providing the lead consulting, and Bay Area Economics, again, BAE, via a subcontract through Ascent. So the city has revised the housing element incorporating the recommendations provided by Ascent and BAE in response to HCD comments. The review and amendment process was an iterative one, meaning city staff, Ascent, and BAE staff held virtual meetings, and this is many meetings, with key HCD staff until a consensus was reached, and HCD was informally satisfied with the proposed modifications, allowing the city to move forward with the review and adoption process of now our amended housing element. So it's amended since the council first approved it. And at this point, I just wish to acknowledge Chelsea Payne. She is the Director of Urban Design and Planning with Ascent Environmental, and she coordinated the housing revision effort and process along with BAE, city staff, and HCD staff. And I also wish to thank SACOG in assisting the city to bring us to this point that we're at right now. There are many staff grants that the city could find itself ineligible for without a certified housing element. And if it weren't for Ms. Payne, I'm telling you, this is one staff member that was ready to pull his hair out, lose his mind. The city has received a letter from HCD dated November 10th of 2022 stating that the housing element, as amended, and that's what's before you, those changes, complies with government code, meeting the statutory requirements described in HCD's letter of December 1st, 2021. The Planning Commission then considered the amended housing element at their November 15th meeting and forwarded a recommendation to the City Council to adopt the addendum to the 2013-2021 housing element negative declaration as revised for the amended 2021-29 housing element and for the approval of the amended 2021-29 housing element as further amended, and there was one modification that was made by the commission. Everything else remained as recommended by staff, and that was a change to program B-3. It was the objective statement, which basically didn't read very well, so it just corrected the language. Staff consulted with HCD regarding that proposed change to the objective statement under program B3 and received approval of that change via email response. Staff at this point was taking no chances. So with this, staff is recommending that the council would adopt the addendum to the 2013-2021 Housing Element Negative Declaration as revised for the amended 2021-2029 Housing Element, that's the Cycle 6, of the General Plan Amendment, and that's General Plan Amendment 20-01, and then 2, adopting the amended 21-29 housing element to the general plan as recommended by the Planning Commission, including the revision to Program B3 objective, approved by the PC as shown in the November 15th minutes of the Planning Commission. It's contained in your staff report. And then lastly, direct staff to transmit and the adopted resolution and amended housing element to the California State Department of Housing and Community Development for review and their certification. That concludes staff's report. Be happy to answer any questions you have at this time.
Thank you, Pierre, and I feel your pain even in that report. It's amazing what a senior program manager mischief can cause and cost over a very long period of time. So thank you for that report. And colleagues, any questions or comments?
It was just a huge lift and so much work, and really appreciate all your effort in this, Pierre. Realize how burdensome it was.
Thank you. It was a team effort.
Yes.
You know, we had to, not quite this elaborate, but we had to go through something like that on the Planning Commission for the county. And basically what you'd really like to go to that person and say, would you just write what you want to hear? Stop making us guess what you think, because it's really kind of what it comes down to is you're sort of like putting your best pen to paper, and you know the jargon, you know the way the words are supposed to look, and then you send them down there, and they're going, well, that's really close. And then at some point, I deal with Caltrans all the time, headquarters, and you just want to hand it to them and go, write it. Oh, no, this is your document. And you go, yeah, it might be, but you're kind of telling us what to do. I don't have any questions because, it's mind-numbing, but you have to have a housing element. You have to have a housing element, and if this is what they say makes our housing element work, and it hasn't violated any sort of principle of the city, which I'm assuming we didn't because very capable people reviewed this thing, I'm fine with it. I don't even know where to start. I'd like to resign.
Any other comments?
If I may, Vice Mayor, just to
Yes.
sort of piggyback on what Council Member Clarici said, there's nothing here that is physically changing anything to the landscape of the city. So basically some of the shortcomings were the background portion of the housing element, where I read all the different things we need to consider as far as fair housing. So the consultants really came in and provided us those amendments to the housing element. The other area where we sort of fell short were the metrics, and I think a lot of the original goals, objectives, basically did not provide the ability to have metrics. So just a real clear example, say one of the goals are to improve or increase accessory dwelling units or ADUs. And so we would just, without giving any number, and so we just added in numbers. It's not really changing anything other than we are required to do what's called an annual housing element progress report. And I think it just lends the ability for us to tell them, well, we had a goal of maybe 10 ADUs a year, for example, but we only did 5. And so, but that's fine. But I think that's what they wanted to see.
One other thing too is, and I don't think it should be lost on anybody, is the amount of funding that has nothing to do with housing that is tied to having an adequate housing element is profound, and it runs across a lot of transportation dollars. If you don't have grant money, study, if you want to go get a grant for study, in fact, I just finished one for Lassen County, and they got into a deep dive on their housing element, and the thing had nothing to do with housing. It had to do with electric buses, but they needed to have compliance with the housing element, or you weren't going to get the grant to talk about ZEV. So, people should not lose sight. There's always folks that want to say, we should grab torches and pitchforks and run to Sacramento and fight these people. For one thing, fighting the state is hard. The other thing, too, is if you don't have these things in place, you just won't get a whole lot of money that you need. So it has real practical applications to have these things done, and done to the satisfaction of senior planning manager Smith.
Yeah, and that's only going to be.
It's only going to get worse.
It's only going to get worse. Yeah, I was just going to say that path is. We're well down that path, and it's continuing. Okay, I will go ahead and open this up for public comment.
Good evening once again, Ryan Carter. Well, I'll tell you what, if I had known I'd be talking on a Tuesday night about a housing plan. Man, so I actually talked in front of the Board of Supervisors about something very similar to this morning. AFFH that Pierre was talking about, this is the devil that makes us go through all these hoops, and I'm sure it's the bane of your existence, but it's a reality. So since January 2021, every housing decision at every level of government must adhere to these AFFH guidelines. One of the core principles of AFFH is encouraging development of new affordable housing in higher resource areas that promotes housing infrastructure, increased transportation choices, and affordability in areas of higher opportunity outside areas of concentrated poverty. That's pretty clearly laid out where they want to put these affordable housing projects. The argument about targeting wealthy neighborhoods for affordable housing is not one for tonight. That's for a different night. But understand that the state hates us. They hate rural communities. They're trying to destroy us. And AFFH and these grant funds is one tool that the state is using. The REAP grant that Pierre just referenced earlier it happens to be the exact grant I was in front of the Board of Supervisors for this morning. Tahoe was trying to get some money. They did, because my comment didn't do anything. But this REAP grant that they were applying for, all these grants come with strings. And the strings on this grant are absolutely incredible. And I'll go through a couple of them real quick just so you know what we're dealing with here. So that grant was ostensibly for affordable housing. But if you use that money for affordable housing projects, you could not add any road or highway capacity. If you use that money, you could not have a parking lot. The rules prohibit, I don't have the second page. The rules for this grant prohibited a parking element in any affordable housing project you use this money for. You also couldn't have any connections to fossil fuel infrastructure. You couldn't have any natural gas or propane for these housing projects. And you also couldn't use the money to benefit any road that was intended for single-use, single-occupancy vehicles. It's absolutely insane, the strings that are attached. And I'll make a promise to you guys. This is my bone. This is what I'm not letting go of this. There will not be a grant that comes through this city that I will not be in front of you giving you the strings that you're signing up for, because the state is coming after us and they're using these grants to do it. So I look forward. With that, I'm going to say good night to you guys. I have to leave. I'm way past. Thank you to the new council members. I really look forward to engaging with you guys, and thank you for the staff for putting up with all of us, talking your ears off. But have a good night.
Thank you for your comments.
Kathy Lishman, Placerville. I think that what you're being asked tonight is just tying up the loose ends from something that you've already made a decision on, the housing element. And I did have a question about the ADUs, because it's my impression that people are building them illegally everywhere now, and perhaps there are some in Placerville that are being built or that don't have the permits. That I didn't know if that was an issue that the city could look into. It's kind of separate from what you're being asked tonight, but if illegal building is going on in Placerville, something needs to be done about it.
Sue Rodman, I would just like to commend Pierre, for having the patience and endurance to get through this. Because I have dealt with bureaucracy and rules like this before in the Forest Service, and it seems like it's just never ending. And Councilmember Clearshue is right. You want to just hand it back and say, what do you want it to say? Just tell me and I'll put it in. So, hats off to you. I'm glad you still have your hair.
It is. Thank you, Sue. All right, seeing that, I'm pretty sure I can close public comment.
Yes.
So we'll go ahead and bring it back to the council for further questions, comments. All right, seeing nothing else, I'll entertain a motion.
I need to. I was just asking, should I be the old city council member or the one that I promised I'd tell people I was going to be?
You'll be the old, but with the new twist.
Thank you. We should always be cognizant of the things that we're getting involved in when we're dealing with the state or the feds on anything, and the gentleman is correct about that. You should always be aware of those things. No one would suggest otherwise. I work throughout rural California. I work in places that make this part of California look like Manhattan. They are so rural. Okay, so it's way out there rural. And yes, you get rules from the state of California, and you read them and you go, that makes no sense to me. That makes a lot of sense in Berkeley, but it makes no sense in the place where I am. A little secret that the gentleman, if he'd have waited, would have learned, because I would have told him. You can't add lanes to roads anywhere anyway. Nothing is in this legislation is stopping that particular part of reality. The fact of the matter is, as now that we've gone to vehicle miles traveled as the zen of doing the analysis on all of this stuff, VMT pretty much takes roads off the map. I mean, adding a lot of capacity. You can do little things, but you're not going to add roads. And it doesn't matter about this housing element and some of this REAP stuff. It's those are two totally different things. I guess what I'm suggesting is folks will come into the podium and they will say lots of things. Also, I don't think the state of California hates rural California. I think they just don't even know it's there. It's almost like benign neglect. They promulgate a lot of rules, and when you, like I said, when you look at them, you go, this makes no sense to me. I don't know how to even implement this. But at the end of the day, you can actually sit down with the state and come to compromises. We do it in rural California all the time. Sometimes it's a little mind-numbing. This was real close to that. We should always be vigilant, but this is one of those... That's it.
No, and John, you're right. I mean, our MTP SCS, which is dictated in Metropolitan Transportation Plan, Sustainable Community Strategy, which is mandated by a state under AB 32, essentially cuts off, for the most part, new roads, because you have to zero out all of your emissions so that it hits that 19% reduction still. So anything that you add, you have to be able to find out ways to mitigate it. This is one of the big issues with Measure A with Sacramento with their transport. They had an $8 billion 40-year plan, and so we had to work we had a lot of discussions as a SACOG board to try to get, while they were trying to add capacity, we still had to put mitigation measures on that to zero it out. So if you do the math, there's not going to be a lot of new roads and capacity that's going to be built. You're not going to see double-decker lanes or anything like that in the future. It's all going to be increased mileage on vehicles and as we move towards electric vehicles. So it's just sort of the reality of the situation, unless there's a cataclysmic event in California that changes.
Take your gun. Okay.
Yeah. I mean, that's just sort of the reality of the situation, and we can be an island with nothing, or we can look for solutions on how to work within the framework that we have. So with that, though, I will again. Any other comments, or if not, I would entertain a motion.
I would just say I am very happy to see this move forward, and with that, I would make a motion that we adopt the amended 2021 through 2029 housing element as recommended by the Planning Commission.
And adopting the addendum.
And adopting the addendum.
Thank you, Nicole. Thank you, Jackie. Any further discussion? Seeing none, roll call, please.
Councilmember Clarici.
Aye.
Councilmember Gottberg.
Aye.
Councilmember No.
Aye.
Councilmember Yarbrough.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Saragosa.
Aye.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Pierre. Let's move on to item 12.3. And this is adopt a resolution authorizing the city manager to negotiate a 5-year master equipment lease agreement and other related documents with Bank of America with a maximum principal amount of $2 million, and authorizing the city manager to negotiate an initial equipment lease draw with Bank of America, and third, authorizing the city manager or his designee to sign said documents. And Mr. Warren has this report for us.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Saragosa, to the council. I know it's late, so I'll try to keep my comments short. Over the past few years, staff has been exploring ways of reducing both the cost and the amount of time it takes to procure and finance large pieces of equipment such as city vehicles, software. And this was a specific strategy in your current strategic plan. To that end, staff worked closely with the city's municipal advisor, Anna Sarabian, in developing a master lease program that would establish a line of credit with a reputable financial institution for the purchase of larger pieces of equipment and software as needed up to 5 years. At your September 27th meeting, the City Council approved a request for proposal for a master equipment lease and directed staff to return to the City Council with proposals for further discussion and analysis. Shortly after the Council approval, staff posted the RFP on the city's website, CSFMO website, LinkedIn, and emailed the RFP to several reputable lending institutions. The city received 7 proposals, which are summarized in Attachment A of the report. Institution number 4 actually had the lowest interest rate rates from 3.13% to 3.27% for 10 and 15-year lease terms, respectively. However, the actual locked rate would not have been known until 2 weeks before the closing of the deal, which would occur later this month or early January. Staff was concerned that with rising interest rates, institution number 4's lock-in rates would be much higher than the initial rates. Bank of America allowed the city to lock in its initial rates ranging from 4.34% to 4.48% for 5-year and 20-year term leases, respectively. As the old saying goes, a bird in the hand is better than 2 in the bush. So therefore, Bank of America was determined to be the lowest responsive bidder. As discussed during our budget deliberations last spring, we recommended initially financing a Vector truck and a CAD RMS hardware software conversion for the police department. The cost of both items have increased slightly since that time. The original estimated cost and the current projected cost for both items are shown on page 2 of your report. The $23,000 increase cost for the Vector truck was due to just hyperinflation in vehicles. After further review of the CAD RIMS project, it was determined that the server that facilitates the current TrackNet software will need to be replaced in order to install and operate the RIMS software at a cost of $33,159, which includes both the hardware server and the IT consultant costs. The project will also require $22,800 in additional IT consultant services for the mandatory conversion of the old iCLETS software to the current version of CLETS that's necessary to continue information sharing between the police department, Department of Justice, and the Sheriff's Department. The $55,959 in total additional hardware IT consultant costs has been included in the current project cost estimate. The purchase of both the CAD RIMS project and the Vector truck will be brought to the City Council meeting after first of the year, most likely in January. So tonight we're just trying to establish the financing for those 2 items, and then we'll come back with the actual purchases. If this agenda is approved or agenda item is approved tonight, this staff will negotiate a master equipment lease agreement, an initial 10-year equipment lease draw number 1 for the Vector truck. So that would be against the $2 million open credit. For the CAD RIMS project, and the Vector truck and negotiate the related documents with Bank of America. The master lease agreement would be for 5 years, meaning the actual agreement to draw down those funds between 5 and 20-year terms, depending on the useful life of the equipment or software that's being financed. The formula that was used to calculate the city's initial rates is based on the USD Bloomberg Short-Term Bank Yield Swaps Index, which is shown on page 3 of the report. And the interest rates for future draws would use the same formula based on 8 days prior to the closing of the deal. Once set, the interest rates would be fixed over the term of the lease. The agreement would allow a maximum aggregate principal amount of $2 million. The proposed lease agreement would have semi-annual payments that allow for prepayment every 3 months without penalty. There will be some staff time, municipal advisor costs, legal fees associated with negotiating the master lease equipment lease agreement, and the initial draw number 1. All of these costs would be included in the principal amount. The adopted fiscal year 22-23 operating budget assumed $126,000 in debt service, which is shown on page 4 of the report. The debt service for the proposed Vector truck and the CAD RIMS project is now projected at $91,546. One of the major changes was we actually changed the assumed term for the CAD RIMS project from 5 years to 10 years, so it spread those costs out further. In talking with the chief, it has a useful life of at least 10 years and beyond. So, due to the timing of the proposed equipment lease, staff anticipates the first debt service payment will be due in fiscal year 23-24 instead of 22-23, so it won't affect this year's budget. Staff respectfully requests the council to authorize the city manager to negotiate and execute the 5-year master lease agreement, the initial 10-year equipment lease, and any other related documents with Bank of America.
Thank you, Dave. Questions? Any questions? All right. Seeing none, I'll open this up for public comment. Any takers on public? Sue? Any? You're good. All right. Let's bring it back to the city council. Dave, on the, and I don't know, this might not even be a question for you, Dave, but are there any Vector trucks out there that are like 2 or 3 years old that we could buy that we don't have to pay the loss when we drive it off the lot?
Good question. I would defer to Nick Stone, our public works director.
Nick might, yeah.
I would say no.
So it's, we're in for the full amount.
It was a struggle to get the one that we
that you found
have on order, and I believe it's not even going to be here until August. And we started to get into that one, I believe, last September.
Wow, yeah, it's like everything else. I mean, everything's back ordered.
There's nothing that's
Yeah. Okay. I had to ask.
There's a chip somewhere that's missing.
Oh, yeah, exactly. Exactly.
So, that being the case, do you think we could ask for an exception to use our current Vector truck until we can get our next one? I'm still upset that we have to buy a new Vector truck when we have one, but
we can.
Okay.
Yeah, I forget whether it was. I believe that there's a low use exemption that'll allow us going in after January 1. I think it's like maybe 1,000 hours, 100 hours. I forget off the top of my head, but we'll be eligible for that.
Okay.
All right. Thank you. Okay. Anyone? I'll entertain a motion.
I'll move this item. I'll move the staff recommendation.
Thank you. We have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Councilmember No. No further comments. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Clarici?
Aye.
Councilmember Gottberg?
Aye.
Councilmember No?
Aye.
Councilmember Yarbrough?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Saragosa?
Aye.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Dave. Thank you for doing the legwork on this and securing those rates for us.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Okay. We're going to move item 12.4, and that's adopt a resolution approving a subdivision improvement agreement for Estonia Estates with Estonia Estates LLC and authorizing the city engineer to execute the same. And Ms. Neves has this report.
Good evening, Vice Mayor and council members. Thank you for allowing me to present this item before you. This is the first time this project has actually been before the City Council in about 20 years, since the original conditions of approval and tentative subdivision map were approved of August of 2002. However, the item before you this evening is the first of several that will come before council over the next few months. This project, originally named Placerville Estates, is a single-family residential subdivision located off of Broadway and Texerna, which happens to be a private road. The original subdivision approved consisted of 39 individual lots shown on an approved tentative subdivision map. Ironically, the map was actually misnumbered from lot 14 to 16. So the true amount of lots then and now is actually 38. An exhibit with the correct numbering and lot amounts has been provided as part of the agenda packet for reference. This project has faced a series of delivery challenges that were brought on primarily from the Great Recession, as well as securing the position of a new design engineer at the passing of Gene Thorne and Associates, who was the primary applicant and advocate for the project. The project owner, New Phase Development, who actually was going to be here tonight, but due to the hour was unable to attend, she sends her apologies, has breathed new life back into the project, including introduction of a new design team from Kimley Horn. Estonia Estates is now working towards construction permitting from engineering department with their recent improvement plan submittal received at the end of October. Before a permit can be issued or the final map can be recorded, the project is required to enter into a subdivision improvement agreement. With this agreement and the provision to provide surety bonds, the project owner ensures the start and completion of the infrastructure projects improvements. The item before you is for the subdivision improvement agreement that is attached to staff's report. Future items for this project will be to approve the CC&Rs before the Planning Commission in mid-January, and approval of the final map is scheduled for the second meeting in January as well. That concludes staff's report. I'm happy to answer any questions you have.
Thank you, Rebecca. I appreciate that. I'll just say I'm irritated that there's nobody here. Nothing galls me more than when we have an application or something before us or an ask and we don't actually have the applicant or the person promoting something to be here in person. It's like, well, how important is it? So with that said, though, let's go ahead and...
For what it's worth, she did ask me if she thought she should be here. She said, it's late and I have an early morning meeting, but if I need to be there, I'll be there. I said, I didn't think it was that big of a deal. I was wrong.
It's a personal pet peeve for mine. I just think if I'm like as a consultant, like if I know I got to do something, I'm sitting in that seat for 11 hours if I need to be there to answer any questions. But I understand. Thank you.
Future reference.
Future reference. Yes. Any questions or comments for Rebecca? All right. Seeing none. It's getting late. I will go ahead and open this up for public comment.
What are you going to ask? I don't know. Yeah, there you go. Another thumbs up.
I like that.
Yes.
We do need housing.
Thumbs up.
All right. We'll go ahead and close public comment, bring it back to City Council. It is actually nice to see a 20-year, something that sat in the shelf for 2 decades, come back before us with new housing.
Actually, I'd comment on that because where we live, Cedar, what was it called? Cedar View Estates, whatever that thing was. And that's out there for decades. Those lots are on the map forever. And then, like, within a couple of years, maybe it's because we moved there. A couple of years after we moved in, the guy built those houses out there. So it can happen, if the markets are right and, sun, moon phases and stuff. But yeah, so, lots, you can't build a house without a lot, so.
Very true.
Yeah.
All right. I'll entertain a motion on this item.
I'll move the item. I'll move the staff recommendation.
Thank you.
I got to say that.
I'll second.
Thank you, Councilmember No. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Clarici?
Aye.
Councilmember Gottberg?
Aye.
Councilmember No?
Aye.
Councilmember Yarbrough?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Saragosa?
Aye.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Rebecca. Okay, we'll move on to item 12.5, and that's adopt a resolution approving, 1, amending the job description for the position of the building official, 2, adopting a new salary schedule for building official position, and 3, approving $4,174 budget appropriation from the general fund unassigned fund balance for said salary increase. And Our city manager has his report for us.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I could have asked, I guess Pierre could have handled this just as well as I could, but I'll go through it. We worked together on this report. We have looked at this is to do some realignment, if you will, a little bit of position duties within our Development Services Division. The primary one is to take the code enforcement function, which currently reports to our Development Services Director, Pierre Rivas, and move that over to where it will report to our building official. In discussions between our building official and Pierre, we determined that probably 80% or more of the issues that arise regarding code enforcement affect the building department and the building official, and so he has to get involved with that. For that reason, we felt it was appropriate to move this function over to the code enforcement function over to the building official, adding additional duties. Also looked at appropriately adjusting the salary to reflect those additional duties. So what is before you tonight is to adopt the job description, which identifies that the supervision and direction of the code enforcement officer will fall under the building official in the city, and then to adopt a new salary schedule for the building official, which includes approximately a 6.5% increase in salary. The salary table, you will note, is not attached to this agenda report because you're adopting a new salary table in your next agenda item regarding part-time salaries. But so that's the purpose of this. This will also, I believe, will be hopefully a help somewhat to Mr. Rivas. He has a very heavy workload in handling the planning items in the city, and I think this will be good to assist him. So with that, either myself or Mr. Rivas can answer questions on this item for you.
Thank you, Cleve. Thank you, Pierre. Any questions on this item?
I have a question on page on the 12.5, which is this agenda item, correct? Mm-hmm. Did you say there was no salary schedule, or because there seems to be something that
there is the salary schedule. What I'm saying is the full salary table that we adopt, which is all salaries this will be implemented to, is shown in your next agenda.
That's fine. Sorry. That's fine. Thank you.
Yeah.
Understood.
All right. Any other questions or comments? Okay, we'll go ahead and open this up for public comment. Seeing yes, we got a winner.
Or you've got somebody crazy enough to go ahead and make a comment. It sounds to me like this is going to increase the efficiency of that whole department, and so it would be a good thing.
Thank you. Thank you, Sue. Okay, safe to say I can close public comment, bring it back to the council. Any further discussion and or recommendation on this item? I will entertain a motion.
Move to adopt the salary schedule in the new position.
Thank you, Councilmember Yarbrough.
I'll second that.
Thank you, Mr. Clarici. All right, we have a first and a second. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Clarici?
Aye.
Councilmember Gottberg?
Aye.
Councilmember No?
Aye.
Councilmember Yarbrough?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Saragosa?
Aye.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Moving on, item 12.6, and this is approving and affirming a new salary schedule effective December 24th of this year, and 2, approving a $20,438 budget appropriation from the general fund unassigned fund balance for the recreation programs affected by said increase in minimum wage. And Mr. Zeller has this report for us.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Saragosa. So the city's part-time wage schedule was last revised on December 25th of last year. It was one of the 5 steps we took to get up to $15 an hour that was mandated by the state. There was a little-known labor code section that also was part of that original step up to $15 an hour, and that was that if the inflation rate increased to a certain amount in a certain time frame, there would be a bump of 50 cents per hour. And so during that time, the inflation rate was exceeded, so here we are. So we have a proposed wage scale, and that's on your attachment B, and that that wage schedule is outlined there, and it includes our 4 employee classifications under recreation. As it was stated before in the last staff report, the building official salary was increased by 6.5%, which is addressed in the staff report that you just approved, but the salaries for all other positions remain the same. So what we have before the council tonight is to either approve the salary schedule as attached or give us some other direction on a type of salary schedule. And it is worth noting, as was in the title, that this is going to increase our personnel costs by approximately $20,438 through the fiscal year. And that was not incorporated in the adopted budget, just because it was something that just kind of sprang upon us recently. And we do recognize the importance of our parks programs recovering the direct costs, and so we can look at a variety of strategies for recapturing this cost, including increasing our participant fees, improving our marketing and advertising strategies, or enhancements to customer service, or restructuring our programs and services. So if this is approved by the council, we will work with the Rec and Park Commission to develop specific cost recovery strategies. So I can take any questions on this staff report.
All right, thank you, Terry. So we will be contemplating the increase in cost to the programs then to recoup, or is that still something we would just be contemplating at this point?
What I'm looking for is approving the budget appropriation from unassigned fund balance, and then we'll work to do that direct cost equity like we always do.
Understood. Okay, thank you. Questions, comments? All right, we'll open it up for public comment. Thank you, Sue. We will go ahead and close public comments and bring it back to the council. Sounds like there's no questions here, so I will entertain a resolution on this item.
Sure. I'll move the staff recommendation.
Thank you. We have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Nicole. All right, we have a first and second. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Clarici?
Aye.
Councilmember Gottberg?
Aye.
Councilmember No?
Aye.
Councilmember Yarborough?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Saragosa?
Aye.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Terry. All right, moving on to item 13, and this will go fast since it's going to be Jackie and I are going to be giving as many updates here as we can. So, the Transit Authority.
They received and filed the fiscal year 21-22 Administration Operations Report. It's the only action item they have.
Okay. Transportation Commission.
They approved the fiscal year 22-23 overall program amendment number 1 and received and filed the 21-22 audit report.
All right. LAFCO.
LAFCO, they approved the 5-year MSR work plan.
All right. SACOG is me. We basically had our reformation of the board. I'm actually very honored and proud to say I was elected as vice chair of the SACOG board, and for 2023, which means in 2024 I'll be chair of SACOG, which will be the first time Placerville will have someone as chair of SACOG. So I'm very honored that my colleagues elected me to that position. So yes,
You may be the first SACOG chair of a jurisdiction as small as Placerville.
I think you're right.
Ever. Yeah, it's amazing that actually, I'm going to take a little credit. That actually started when I was on SACOG board. That it used to go city county, where there were there's only 5 counties.
Yeah,
so the counties kept floating around, and then the cities, they would just, and there's like 20 something cities.
Yeah.
So literally, you could die before ever. Yeah, and then they wouldn't never do small cities either. I mean, they never did. Davis was considered a small city. Davis had never been the chair until Lucas did it. So this is a huge. El Dorado County's been the chair at least twice that I'm familiar with. But this is amazing. Next year, very heady stuff.
Thank you.
Exciting.
All right. Pioneer.
He's here.
Yes. We can have a public comment on Pioneer.
I'm back. Actually, some really amazing things have happened with Pioneer Community this meeting. I attended, a couple days ago, I attended the finance. I'm on the finance and rates committee. And we actually are recommending to the board that we have, and I got to remember the number because I don't want to get it wrong. I believe we're going to be reducing the rates by recommending to the board that we reduce the rates by 17%.
Yeah.
Seriously. And
wow, that's amazing.
And so what we're doing is we have a goal of having $160 million in reserves. And I say that like I'm still on the board, but I'm not. But they have a goal of having $160 million in reserves. And they're getting close to that. So it's kind of a, splitting the baby a little bit, making sure that we're putting money away. Because what happened in September when we had the big heat wave, we lost like $34 million in the cost of energy that we had to go out and buy on the open market to backfill what was missing. And so we depleted a little bit of our reserves, which is why we need that $160 million in reserves for times like that. So we could have had a higher percentage of discount, but we recommended that they put money away in reserves. We're going to put about $4 million into a recommendation. It's not a done thing yet until the board meets Thursday. They're recommending that we put $4 million into programs for the community, different types of programs, some things to do with green energy and biomass and things like that. And then we're doing another, and then the 17% discount is the recommendation for the community, for all of Pioneer Energy customers. So those people that didn't sign up for Pioneer Energy say, oh, this is bad and this is dumb and I don't want to do that, it's a conspiracy, or whatever reason they had for not signing up, they're going to want to cite them now because it's going to make a big difference. So that's the Pioneer Energy report.
That's tremendous. Thank you, Dennis, for that. That's huge news for our area and a validation of going forward with Pioneer to begin with when we first were studying this effort. So thank you. Okay. Placerville Fire Safe Council.
Okay, I attended that meeting. They're working on a lot of great things. But one thing I want to highlight is they're working on becoming a FireWise community, which has the potential to lower our insurance rates if each sector is passed. So one of the things that they're trying to do to help that is they're doing a survey of people who have put out money or volunteer hours making your property fire safe. And so if you go to our city website, you can fill out that, and if you put any time and money into clearing your property or getting education, you can help them by contributing those hours. Thanks.
All right. Thank you, Jackie. No 2x2 meetings with the city and county. And Opportunity Knox, continuum of care. Our next meeting, I remember the date, I think it's next week, but we have elections for new officers for the continuum of care. With that, we'll move on to item 14, requests for future agenda items. Any? Seeing none, okay. We'll move on to city manager and staff reports. And item 15.1 is to acknowledge and file the HDL sales tax and economic reports for the quarter ending June 30th. And Mr. Warren has this for us.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Zaragoza, members of the council. Real quick, so for almost 3 years, we've had these large increases in our sales tax, double-digit many quarters. And now the economy's starting to slow down a little bit, get back to normal. So your Bradley Burns sales tax or your general fund sales tax increased on the cash basis by 0.6% or $10,850. When you take out the prior period adjustments, meaning back taxes, which we received in that quarter on both sides this year and last year, the increase was about $26,000 or 1.5%, still kind of piecemeal or minimal. The increases were primarily due to in your county pool, fuel, and restaurant sales. The assumption was 3.2% in the budget, or $53,000, so it was about $27,000 less for that quarter. In El Dorado County, they had a 2.7% and state 10.1%, so we fell below that. But the good news is, I do have good news. Our overall sales tax for that fiscal year was $6.6 million in fiscal year 21-22, which is $922,000 more than over year, or 15.96%, actually over budget. So we had a great year overall, even though the quarter was a little soft. And let's see, your top 25 sales tax producers, which we appreciate all of our businesses, especially our top 25. About the same list, except for Broadway Smoke Shop dropped off, and Placerville 76 Fuel Station joined that group. So, and then Measure H, J, and L actually experienced a 2.3% decrease year over year. However, it included prior period adjustments. When you take those out, it actually had a 5.3, all three had a 5.3% increase. However, there's three businesses that are misreporting, which inflated that number slightly. You notice it's higher than the 1.5 for your general fund, and that was partially due to that over-reporting. So we're working with those businesses to try to correct that, along with HDL. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Dave. Any questions on this item? We'll go ahead and open up for public comment. Thank you, Sue. All right, we'll bring it back to the council. Any other questions? Seeing none. Dave, thank you for the update. Let's hope that it's just a slight dip, that we aren't moving into a stronger recession. So appreciate it. Thank you. Okay, let's move on to item 15.2, which is a receive and file report for our police. Chief, anything you want to highlight?
Just last month was really busy for the department with Festival of Lights and the parade. I don't think a lot of the public understands that we don't have officers just waiting in a closet to go out to those events, that we actually have to mandate them in oftentimes on vacation time off. So I'm proud of the staff that show up with a smile, and they provide that quality service that Placerville expects. We're still operating in our percentage of calls for service are greater for our officer-initiated activity, which is your proactive policing. You never want to trade that for just being reactive. When that day that happens, we've lost the fight. So, any questions, I'll be happy to answer.
All right, thank you, Chief. Any questions? All right, thank you, Chief. Any public comments on this item? We do too. All right, we'll move on to item 15.3, which is a receive and file report for Fire Station 25 and Chief Cordero. Anything you'd like to highlight?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council. Just, the crews have been very busy for the last month or so, and as we've moved out of, wildland fire season, we unfortunately roll into structure fire season, especially these cold temperatures. Last month, we've had about 7 working structure fires within the district, so just a reminder to the public, the importance of being safe with generators, cleaning your chimneys, space heaters, those type of things, as we've seen a pretty significant uptick in the residential fires.
Thank you. Have we had any fires, illegal campfires that you've had to respond to during this time?
We've had a few fires that we've responded to within some of the non-authorized camping areas, we'll call it that. But more typically warming and cooking fires. We did have the fire up on Broadway, a couple months ago, but nothing like that since.
All right. Thank you, Chief. Any questions on fire? Okay. Seeing on the, I know it looks John was just showing me, it looks like on one of the pictures that
It looks like your fire truck's
the
on
fire
fire.
truck's actually on fire.
it looks
Yeah,
like your fire truck's on fire. It's kind of weird. It's just the way it looks.
it's kind of cool too, though.
Yeah. Wouldn't be cool for fire.
Yeah, it would be. Yeah, that would be very expensive. Okay, any public comments on this item? I think I already did that. All right, thank you, Sue. Okay, so we're on item 16, which are upcoming items, and I will let people read that at their leisure, which leads us to item 17, which is the adjournment of this meeting, and at 9:39, I will adjourn tonight's meeting of the City Council. So thank you, everybody.